हेलो। 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 Do you want me to finish now? I'll not go. Try not to go. I think we can just ask people to ask questions during the talk.
Okay, yeah, that sounds
So
good.
because
Yeah,
yeah, and if somebody wants to wait, that's fine also.
yeah. There will be some questions anyway for the end of the talk that people just want to ask at the end,
Yeah.
general questions. So
And then we can have the rest of the questions outside.
Yeah. Around 9:55-ish.
Yeah.
Is it a pointer?
I don't have a USB actually.
Okay, yeah, you can use the
Huh?
laser pointer, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but laser pointer is not. Yeah, it's okay. Still use it. How many people do you?
It's my first time in India.
I'll sign it later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, we can just use this one.
All right, okay, thanks. Thanks. It's okay, I just use this. Okay, thanks. All right, so maybe we should get started. Yeah, so we can all get settled down. So yeah, welcome to the first session of FSC TCS 2023. I think I was supposed to make a few announcements. Yeah, so the talks for track A and track B are going to take place in rooms 105, which is this one. So this one will be track A, and track B is above 205. So the parallel sessions will start after this first invited talk that we have. We also have a parallel workshop on programming languages, and that's also upstairs in room 204. In room 204, Wi-Fi details are plastered all over the place, so you can take a look. Anything else I'm missing? Oh, yeah, right. And there's a coffee lounge adjacent to these rooms. So if you feel like, the room is 104. So if you feel like a cup of coffee or something, yeah, it's a good place. Also to kind of just sit around and chat. Yeah. Any other announcements? That's it. Okay, all set. So, okay, great. Yeah, so thanks very much for coming, and good morning. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Nishit Vishnoi, who will be our first invited speaker. Nishit is a prolific researcher in the general area of theoretical computer science. He started his career with an undergraduate degree at IIT Bombay. He then got his PhD at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and he spent time at various places like IBM, he's a CNRS researcher in France. He was here in India as a researcher in MSR Bangalore for a while. And in that time, he took on kind of a leadership role in general in the Indian community for theoretical computer science. He organized many events that I personally took part in and drew great inspiration from. Since leaving India, he's gone to EPFL, Switzerland, and now he's in Yale University in the US, where he's a professor. So Nishit's research is incredibly broad. So he's worked in all sorts of areas. So he's got work in complexity theory and hardness of approximation, and he's worked in spectral algorithms for graph problems, and he's studied computational phenomena in nature. And more recently, he's been looking at computer science and how it affects society from the point of view of artificial intelligence. And so this is kind of the topic of his talk today that I'm looking forward to. Another thing that really kind of strikes me about Nishit's work in general is that he's great at exposition. So anytime, there have been so many times when I wanted to learn about a new topic or technique, only to find out that he's written a survey about it already. So it's kind of great to have somebody like that in our community. So it's clear that he loves to explain his research to people. And so it's great to have him here tell us about something about his recent research on algorithms in the presence of biased inputs. So with that, let me hand over to Nishit.
Thank you, Shrikant, for the introduction and for the invitation. It's my great pleasure to be here in Hyderabad, talking at FSC TCS. So I'm going to be talking about things at the intersection of algorithms and society, broadly speaking, and we'll revisit some of the most basic computational problems and try to see what we can do to design algorithms when we do not know that the inputs to these algorithms are accurate. In particular, we'll look at some stylized models of biased inputs for very simple computational problems and see how we can mitigate the effects of these biases. So that's the broad topic of the talk. It fits in my research, which tries to understand strategies to mitigate biases in this world of algorithms. As far as this talk is concerned, probably I have more content than I can cover. It's not going to be very theoretical in the sense that there'll be theorems and proofs. It's more about making you think about modeling and things like that. And feel free to interrupt and ask questions as and when they come to you. Okay, so let me just first mention a few problems here which everybody knows. Things like shortest path, selecting a subset, bipartite matching, or classification. These are traditional problems, have been developed because of various use cases in the real world. More than 50, 60 years. I think each problem will have a long history if you look into it. And however, these old problems, these very fundamental and old problems, algorithms for them have been designed assuming that the inputs have been known accurately. So for example, if you were to design, if you were to solve the shortest path problem, which I think of as a model for me to take you from one place to another place, traditionally, the things that we're optimizing over are roads, and the length of the roads is not changing, right? But today, I guess we all use things like maps of various types, and the input is not static because the length of the road is almost immaterial, especially in India, right? It's the traffic. So the problem becomes more interesting, and it's not even clear that finding the shortest path is even a good way to model the high-level problem of take me from point A to point B. Because what does it mean? So this is the essence of what we are going to talk about. And in particular, many of these problems have been used, and the algorithms have been used for various high-stakes societal settings, and I'll give you some examples. And so we'll have to relook or revisit the assumption whether we know the inputs accurately or not. And if not, then what can we do? So here are some applications, modern applications. Things like if you go on a search engine and ask for a SEO, like this is Google Images, and you search for SEO, it outputs from its millions of images which have been labeled SEO, it will give you a set because your screen size is limited, whether it's a mobile phone or a laptop. It's been used in many things. I mean, this is one of the, I would say probably the most basic application that you see. You go to Amazon, it'll show you a subset of goods that you would like to buy. If you're a recruiter, it shows you a subset of candidates who you could interview and so on. So as people started looking at just the applications, they also started finding that, these algorithms somehow, or these applications which use algorithms for these problems are distorting the truth. Well, what is the truth? Well, it's a difficult thing. We're not here to talk about that, but these are social scientists who have a sense of what is the ground truth and what is being seen here. So there was distortion, and it was concerning because it's not just a misrepresentation. It is well known that this misrepresentation actually changes people's opinions. So if you go and search for, let's say if you're a little girl in India and you search for what it is to look like a scientist, and you see just a bunch of white males, you might be discouraged to act upon your dreams. So these things have consequences to society at large. While this talk, I will not talk so much about it. I'll keep the discussion focused on the technical aspects, but there is a broad and deep underlying societal impact of these algorithms, which also one can consider. Another problem is ranking, which is on top of selection. So selecting a set is often not enough because input, if you are looking at, let's say, tweets on your phone or news articles on your phone, it is ordered. There's a ranking that is associated to it. And traditionally, it is assumed that things at the top gain more of your attention than things at the bottom. So This is used a lot in combination with selection. And here also it is known that you can influence people's political opinions and other opinions on products by changing the order in which we are presenting the information. So this is a very famous paper published in PNAS in 2015, which talks about the search engine manipulation effect. They studied 3 different elections and showed how people's tendency to vote, undecided voters, their tendency to vote can change depending upon uh, which candidate they're exposed to first. I guess classification is the core problem in machine learning and is used in, again, a variety of societal contexts. For instance, who to hire. This is the admission season going on in a lot of places. Who do we hire? Who do we give a loan? And so on and so forth. And here again, there have been studies which look at off-the-shelf tools and show that there is a huge discrepancy in the accuracy rates of these algorithms for people belonging to different groups. So why should the accuracy of an algorithm depend upon what the skin color or the gender of the person in the image is? It makes no sense. And honestly, it's not like anybody's trying to do, there's no devious plan here. It's all just haphazard development, which hasn't taken into account or which isn't aware of what the inputs are. If you make the wrong assumptions about the input, you will start getting things like this. So here is the problem, which will be the focus of this talk. It doesn't get any simpler than this. You're given m items, and you want to select n of them. In the simplest version of the problem, each item has a utility or a weight or whatever you might want to think of. So once you have that, you can define the utility of a set to be the sum of the weights of all the elements in that set. Okay? And to select the n people, if you want to maximize utility, you just sort these numbers and output the top n. Very simple. And this is the only problem that we will focus in the talk. And we can talk about more problems as well offline, but this is the problem I will focus in the talk. Now, you may say this is a very simple model. Yes, this is a simple model. In general, the utility of a bunch of elements in a set is a more complicated function. And we can also consider these things, but in this talk, I will just look at the simple additive valuation function. And once we start looking into these, why are we taking the top? And well, there is one assumption here. Well, there are multiple assumptions here in this solution concept. So think of this as not the starting point. So if you're taking a course in algorithms, a traditional course in algorithms, they will just start from this, how do we solve this problem? But this is never a starting point this should never be a starting point for an algorithms problem. An algorithm problem is a model for something in the real world. So we cannot just ignore what the context is. And that is what I'm bringing focus on. So, well, what are the assumptions? Under what circumstances is this a good model? Clearly, in practice, this is not working, or it's showing various biases. Well, one is that, and I think this is a major assumption, that somehow the high-level notion of quality of a candidate is determined by a single number. Let's say your JEE score or something like that. And that these evaluation processes can actually measure the true utility of an individual with respect to an institution even accurately. So that's one assumption. The other assumption in the simplest model is that the utility of a set is the sum of its parts, which we can relax. And that these things are known exactly. So almost none of these is true, as you can imagine through your own experience. We deal with a lot of human-generated data in which there are all kinds of values and judgments that we embed in the collection process, in the representation process. And so we have to somehow, we should not be surprised when we see, oh, there's bias in algorithms. You expect that because, these inputs somehow have already encoded these things. So for most of this talk, I will focus on this problem in a very stylized setting of inputs and then see what we can do. And towards the end of the talk, I will give a way for you to think about how these processes which are determining these utilities can be modeled themselves. But let me give you a couple of more examples because the title of the talk was broader. Ranking is another problem, which is, now you have these individuals and there are some positions and you want to put them or rank them. And for each position, each individual, you have a ranking. So there's something, utility is given to you. Now, again, you can solve this problem using the standard weighted bipartite matching problem, but the issue is that the utilities may not be accurate. So again, what are good models of inaccurate utilities, and how do we then mitigate the effects of inaccurate utilities? These are the questions that one has to think about. And these questions cannot be independent of the context. So this is this is slightly more harder than sorting, but it still has a polynomial time algorithm. It's possible sometimes the problem that you're trying to solve also becomes NP hard, and this happens. The vanilla problem is in P, but once you have all these variations, the problem can become hard. Well, I don't think anybody here probably needs an introduction in supervised learning, but if you did not if you did not know it, this is the setting where you have data points and with outcome variables. So if you look at it, the data points, the way I have drawn them, it is a bunch of features which are associated to you. Let's say if you are being considered for admissions, it could be your SAT score or GRE score or your GPA or whatever. You can imagine all kinds of parameters, your educational background and so on, and also your socially salient attributes, which could be your gender, your race, and things like that. In all of these parameters, you can imagine that in some way or the other, your social class or socioeconomic status or social salience can come in, because the way the societies are constructed, for instance, women will be on the lower scale both of education and of income. If you are, let's say, somebody who's trying to decide who to give loan or who not to give loan. So, but there are many more choices that you make besides data, the class of hypothesis, the loss function that you use, and so on. And here we use these algorithms, gradient descent, or some variant of it, to solve this problem. So I'm not going to be focusing on learning, so it's okay if you did not understand this slide. If you knew this slide, this was just to show you how I'm thinking of data. So now we come to this kind of the first counterpoint to the use of these problems to model real world context, is that the inputs may not be accurate. In what sense, you may ask? Well, in general, we think of inputs in the societal context as having breaking into two parts. It could be a collection of your socially salient attributes, and it could be features which may or may not be related to them. Okay, so for example, which may or may not be directly related to them. Things are correlated. So it could be, for example, your income, if you are being considered for a bank loan. It could be your, let's say, marks in your high school exam or whatever. So we separate these things out generally. And you can imagine that whether it is in how we choose to represent the data, that is also a choice that we are making. If I ask people here to give me a number about your educational qualification from 0 to 10, what do you think I'm going to get? I can guarantee I'm not even going to get a single scale in which you're measuring education. Some people might value, well, first of all, probably many of you will value graduate more than undergraduate, which I'm not sure is justified. But you're embedding a value in there that being more educated is actually makes you better to returning a loan or something like that. But even if you do, then still different people might give different weight to, what where should we put an undergraduate, where should we put a master's, and where should we put a PhD and so on. So you can see that there's all this discrepancy even in just how we think about these things. And each and every person has its own sense and value of what it means. So, and we are just using numbers to represent these things. So it's not unnatural that the data is not what it seems. So there are also more interesting and more recent use cases of perturbations in data. And one very important use case is privacy, for instance. So I guess if you've heard of things like differential privacy, one of the ways it's achieved is by adding noise to your data. Now, how to add this noise is a different matter, but even if you are even if you're trying to learn or trying to use user data by design, it's not accurately. So, but once you start delving into this, you will start seeing that different contexts will have different ways in which they are perturbing the inputs. So I cannot stand here and give you a whole list of different ways in which we can perturb inputs. I'll give you some to get you started. Okay, so think of it like this. So let me give you, I guess, and I've said this maybe already, that these perturbations in inputs can cause algorithms to fail. So often there's a whole class of algorithms, which is part of my work also, which is to design quote unquote fair algorithms. And often these algorithms assume that the socially salient attributes are known accurately. And there's a lot of evidence that these people, this is not captured accurately, or people may lie on these things and so on. So even if with all good intention, so we're not even talking about bad intention here, with all good intention, things can have outcomes which are actually worse than what you started off with. So it's funny. So the simplest, I guess, model that you can consider is, going back all the way to Shannon, which is this kind of a stochastic noise model where for each person or for each data point, you're perturbing its features independently and with some known probability. So in this simple example, I'm showing you is that the gender of this person is flipped. So if you, let's say, are in this category of, and by the way, I'm by no means I'm talking about two genders. I understand gender is a very fluid thing, but I'm just showing you two genders here for the sake of just explaining the concept. These things can be generalized pretty easily. So here you see that if you are a woman, then the probability that is accurately reported is eta2, and the probability that you get flipped is 1 minus eta2. And if you're a man, then it's eta1 and 1 minus eta1. And you don't get to see the left-hand side. You only get to see the right-hand side. So you don't know the data point that you're seeing, what is its true gender accurately, okay? In all of this, if you could reconstruct the original data set, then the problem would be trivial. But we don't know how to do that. So I have a bunch of works on these problems in classification and ranking. I'm not going to be talking about them. And so you're welcome to look at these papers and see related works and future directions there. Another model is kind of motivated by, again, in coding theory, there's this guy who Hamming, and here we think of a notion of an adversary who can pick some fraction of individuals, I should know as an algorithm designer what this fraction is. But besides that, I do not know what it's doing to the input. It could be changing it arbitrarily. So, well, Hamming and people study this in coding theory, where they have control over the input, how the message is being sent. So the theory of error correcting codes and beyond is very different. Well, even though the model is of perturbation is the same, the approach is different. Here, we would just be given this set of inputs. We do not know what the true input is. We would be asked to design algorithms whose guarantees are with respect to the true input, not with respect to the perturbed input. That's what we would like. So again, some work on classification. I'm not going to talk about it. So let me come to the thing that I'm actually going to talk about, which are implicit or various other societal biases in data. So imagine a world where individuals have some notion of true utilities, okay, or true weights or whatever, true features. But we don't know that. I mean, it's not as simple as measuring an individual's height or weight. It's something more complicated. Let's say, what is your ability to do mathematical problems? Or what is your ability to do, let's say even things that look more objective, like play tennis and so on, right? But what you get to see is something which is potentially different from the true input. And in this example, can somebody spot what is going on? How, I mean, when we talk about bias, it's a type of noise, but it's systematic noise. Okay? It's not just adding noise in each and every individual's data. So can someone tell me what do they think is going on? For females, it's changing the data, but in a very specific manner, right? It's reducing. So clearly, these utilities, the higher they are, probably the better in some sense. And so the reduction is somehow showing us that we are not able to measure, or these processes are not able to measure. So in the end of the talk, I will show you a way to think about this very generally. But for now and for the remainder of the talk, you look at a very simple and stylized model of how inputs are being perturbed. And this will be the focus of this talk. And the problem that we will focus on, so this is the input, and the problem that we'll focus on is selection. And this is selection in high stakes settings, such as job interviews, screening of candidates, university admissions. I think we are constantly, so as academics for sure, our only job seems to be these days just to keep evaluating people, right? And it's becoming harder and harder. I see many of the senior people smiling, and because we know what, how difficult this is becoming. And I would just add, I don't know if you are using things like GPT-4 and so on. Anybody using that stuff here? Nobody's using GPT-4 here? I seriously recommend to at least start looking into these things, because this is what is going to be used to evaluate you. Like if I want to know who's Leonard Schulman, I'll just go to ChatGPT and say, tell me about Leonard Schulman. And it gives me a paragraph. And that will be the truth. So it is all this knowledge about Leonard Schulman has been assimilated, all the publicly available knowledge about Leonard Schulman. If I ask GPT-4, what kind of car does Leonard drive? I will not get an answer. I was trying this actually yesterday. And it started preaching to me that as this, I cannot tell you this. So there may be also guardrails about telling us, but it's not difficult to find. If you go Google Street Maps, if there are cars around his house, and if his car is parked in an open, it can all be deduced, and it will be deduced. A lot of information about you will be processed, and these things are going to become increasingly automatic. So it's very important to understand uh, um, evaluations in general. Okay, so from now till the next 25 minutes, it'll be simple elementary mathematics, nothing more than that. So the problem is the following. You have some individuals. The number of individuals is much more than the number of positions that I would have. Each individual has a true or a latent utility, which is unknown. There is some black arrow. Think of it as like a black box, an evaluation process, a committee or whatever, which comes up with some evaluations. And once you have the evaluations, it's actually easy to select because you just select the top. But I mean, how does this really work? I mean, if I'm at Yale, I mean, what's Yale's mandate? You look at Yale's mandate, or if you look at, the mandate of Indian institutions, select the best people, best students. What does that mean, best students? Now, different people will have different sense. At least in the US, I think in places like Yale, I was looking at it. I mean, the evaluation criteria is fairly broad, multiple dimensions. In India, it's very, very, at least in IITs and such organized institutions, it's still very narrow, I would say. But nevertheless, it is what it is. But there is this work that is done in translating, find good students for place like Yale to a bunch of metrics. And in this process, we are embedding our values and judgments, and so on, without a realization that now when we are embedding our judgment, now different socioeconomic groups might have different abilities, right? For instance, if you come from a very resourceful family, or let's say if your parents happen to be professors at Yale, then you will know the process, presumably. You can get many examples, or you can invest in coaching or, hiring a tutor and all these kinds of things. But if you come from a very underprivileged background, you may not be able to augment your abilities. So it is natural that society comes into the play. Okay. The traditional way in which selection is done assumes that the evaluator can assess the latent utilities. This is the assumption. And the more you push people on that, the more they get pushed back, actually. Everybody knows what is the right thing, except when it comes to them. Then they are treated unfairly, right? This is the beauty. Okay, so, but you may ask, in all of this, I think it's important to keep in mind that even the notion of ground truth is very, very shaky here. How do you know what is the truth? Good question. I'm not a social scientist, but I mean, there have been studies done by people such as Sendhil Mullainathan, who's a behavioral economist in Chicago, and others, and there are many, many studies actually, who do experiments. And when I mean experiments, it's experiments with people to try to understand how people's behavior is. And so one example is, I think, which I think they did, was to send emails to a bunch of university professors. The emails are all identical, except that the person who's it's coming from, they've changed the name, and they changed the name to white sounding, black sounding, woman, man, and they saw substantially different response percentages. And somehow they all went in the same direction. Right? That's when noise becomes bias, when it's systematic. So, yeah. And I guess if we all look into ourselves, we will find that we have lots of implicit biases. And I'm not even talking about explicit biases here. Maybe there is a certain level of comfort that you might feel around a certain cultural group, which you might not feel around certain cultural group, and that shows up in your evaluation. All kinds of things can happen. So I think it's important for me to state our hypothesis. The hypothesis is that there is no a priori reason that the true ability of the individual towards a task depends on their socially salient attributes. Okay? You may believe in it, you may not believe in it. This is the hypothesis that we are going to work under. I'm not saying that everybody has the same utility. I'm saying everybody's utility comes from the same distribution. Okay? People are there is, there is a curve. No matter which metric you will apply, you will find a curve. But it's the same curve for the entire population. Not like, for women, the curve is like here, and for men, the curve is like here. So we're not assuming that. We're assuming that a priori, there is no bias, and this is precisely what it means. And then I'm going to mention, to start with, a very simple toy model presented by Joan Kleinberg and Prabhakar Raghavan, who were looking at actually citation data for women scholars and men scholars, and they found that women scholars receive systematically less citations compared to men. And so, without trying to explain or get into the mechanics of that, they said that, okay, let's consider. I'm slightly rephrasing what they did, but this is pretty much what they said, is that there is some unknown parameter beta. You think of it as a discount factor, and the observed utility for the disadvantaged group, which in this case is women, is multiplied by the factor of beta. So if beta was half, then the observed utility would be half of the true utility for women, and for the other group, it's just the same. It's just a true. So mathematically, this has the capacity to model all kinds of things, and we will consider more general versions of it where there are multiple groups, and you can have a different beta for each group. So all of this generalizes very nicely, so there's no problem. Okay. Any questions about this model? I think I should mention that beta is not known. If beta was known, then you could find the true input. And so we can talk offline about why we make this assumption, but yeah. Yes, the group membership is known with certainty, but you can consider uncertain versions of that as well. Yes, good question. Thank you. The same for everybody, yeah. Yeah, I think even if let's say if I ask you to give the same exam again and again, it's unlikely that you will get the same score. So you see that, or let's say, for example, if you were Roger Federer and you were asked to play Rafael Nadal, it's not clear that who will win. So there is a distribution. I mean, it's not like one tennis player is completely better than the other and they'll beat them all the time. Something very complex happens in this tennis match. Yeah. So there is a distribution, even at an individual level. Yes. Yeah. Well, you can use a distribution to model it. Yeah, but that's an assumption. That's correct. That the underlying utility of an individual towards a certain task, once you fix the task first, then the outcome is randomized. Or if the task is, let's say, even deterministically, let's say if I look at the height of individuals, that's a metric. Then if I look at the height of the individuals in this room, there will be a curve. It will not be all the same value. Oh yeah, it can be many dimensional. Yeah.
No, maybe there is
Oh,
no
yeah.
notion of an ordered utility. I think that's probably what.
Right. Yeah, thanks for the question and for the clarification. Okay. So this is very stylized, and I would think that, yeah, I mean, this can be validated by actually looking at real world data, but arguably this is very stylized, but nevertheless. So this is the problem that we had considered. Now let us see what can go wrong. Well, if I just select the people, the top n people with the observed utility, which maximize the observed utility, I would not get, at least in this example, I would not get close to the true utility, the group that maximizes the true utility. So forget all the social science for the moment. The mathematical problem is, what can you do to recover the true set? Given that you know the model, but you don't know beta. If you knew beta, then this problem is straightforward. Okay? But you can see here that if I just pick the top if I just pick the top 4 people based on the numbers that I'm seeing on the left-hand side, which are the observed numbers, I will get the thing at the top whose latent utility is 60. Latent means true utility is 60. And so we are talking about abstractly an optimization problem where the objective has some biases. And so if we optimize that with respect to that objective function, we are not going to recover the true solution, the true optimal solution. So what can we do to recover a true optimal solution? That is our goal. Okay. And this doesn't have to come in one dimension again. I mean, there are many things you can do. Fortunately, I'm giving this talk in India where there is a very well implemented system. I'm not saying very well implemented in the sense that the system is good, but there is a very well established system, which is affirmative action or quota system for, everywhere you have all these quotas. So we will look at that. What does it do? But I think before I go into that, I just want to mention that, well, this is the theoretical computer science conference, so I should give at least half a proof, right? So let's just look at this simple example where we have 2 groups. For one group, the beta is 1. For the other group, the beta is, let's say, much less than 1. Both have size n. We are drawing IID from the uniform 0-1 distribution. You can show that if you draw n random numbers independently from the interval 0-1, then the expectation of the kth largest is k by n plus 1. So as k goes to n, this number goes to 1. So using this and linearity of expectation, you can compute what is the expected optimal latent utility, which turns out to be very close to 0.75 n. But if I now reduce the utility of one group after picking them randomly, and then look at the top k, the maximum utility I can get is something like 0.5 n. So as n is growing, this gap is increasing. So if you are an institution who is concerned about maximizing your own utility, you should be worried because you're not getting the optimal solution. Forget about fairness at this point. If you understand the world is not fair and you are still selfish in the sense that you would like to maximize your utility, what is happening is not optimal for you. So what we will see, and this is the punchline, is that we can constrain this optimization problem and increase the utility. Now, how can that happen? Well, because yes, if I have an optimization problem and I start adding constraints to it, the optimal value only drops if it's a maximization problem, let's say, right? But that's with respect to the observed objective function. But there is some true objective function with respect to which the objective value can actually increase. And the kind of interventions that have been studied, the simplest affirmative action intervention is what is called the Rooney Rule. It actually started off in America, in the NFL, and the rule was to interview at least one black person for the head coach position of an NFL team. Note that I'm saying interview, not to hire. There's a difference. The reason, I guess, is that if these are really, if the process is really implicitly biased, then presumably during the interview process, more time will be spent in understanding and knowing about the individual. And yeah, I guess as academics and professors, we are guilty of this, right? I mean, pretty soon I'll be sent like 300 applications of candidates to browse. And what is the constraint at the end of the day? It's time. So somehow the labels start mattering at that point, right? And yeah, so you can imagine that these interventions might be helpful, and they have been used pretty broadly. But I mean, I think prior to these works, there was no real explanation of why they work, to what extent they work, under what settings they work, stating these things clearly and doing. So in fact, Kleinberg and Raghavan already showed a delta result, which said that if you apply the Rooney Rule in their model, the expected latent utility of the selection can grow up. They didn't prove any quantitative bound. It was just a derivative, essentially, calculation showing that by application of this rule, you can make the latent utility go up a little bit. So that is one of the things we studied, and we proved a bunch of results in this paper in 2020. First of all, we looked at more general versions of affirmative action, which, for instance, already exist here, different quotas for different groups and so on. And we showed that, at least in the two group case, there is a value of L for which the selection constrained, by this Lth order Rooney rule. So the Lth order Rooney rule in the simplest setting means that you must interview at least L people, not just one, at least L. And as you can imagine that for this value of L, there should be some optimal value of L given the distribution. Also, I should mention that in the, it can be, it's a function of the parameters such as M and N and the distribution. I think I should also mention that if you start looking at worst case complexities of these problems where you don't make any distributional assumptions, there's not very far you can go. So applying these things, you have to be careful about the assumptions being made. And so when you look at a context, you have to ensure that the assumptions that we are making are indeed approximately true in the context. If the utilities are coming from some worst case, none of this will work. So for instance, if there is explicit bias or other issues, this is not going to work. Okay, so this is a more formal theorem here, if you want to look at it. And it says that in the general setting where there are P groups, uh, and there is a way to find a set. There are going to be conditions on this set. So S sub E, E for evaluator, is the set that we will eventually be able to output. S star may be what we should output. S star is the optimal, some oracle who knows the truth, and S star is what you should be outputting. And SE is obtained by using certain statistical properties about order statistics of the distribution D. So I will show in the next slide where I give you a very quick sketch. Okay. But I think if you've been following the talk till now, it's already, I think I've done my job. I mean, this math and all is fairly easy, I would say. The difficulty here is not in doing the math. The difficulty here is knowing what math to do. This is different. Okay, and we also generalize this for ranking, which is a generalization of the selection problem. So how can we set these lower bounds? Okay, that's what we would like to find. We have to find some lower bounds, which are these numbers for each group, so that the optimal solution and the one that we will pick by constraining the evaluation process are approximately the same. And one of the things that we use very specifically about this model is that suppose we order the individuals with respect to the true utilities as given by equation 1. Okay. And now we are applying the discount, let's say, to one group or multiple groups, right? The way the model works, it doesn't change the order of the candidates in any group. Okay, this is very important and used crucially in the proof. That if my utility was more than Srikant's utility, the true utility, even after applying the discount, my utility will be more than Srikant's utility. You can also imagine models where this application of discount is randomized and it can shuffle us. These results, at least the ones I'm going to state, do not apply to that setting. Okay. So if you want to prove theorems, we have to make more assumptions. In the paper, we show empirically that things work even beyond. And actually, we play around a lot with these JE data sets, which are publicly available. So it's a great resource for studying these things. Yeah, so I think using these properties, we can essentially arrive at the lower bound. So let me show you how to get that. So now we have to figure out how many people should the optimal set pick from each group, assuming that the utilities are drawn from some distribution. This is where the order statistics are going to come. So the fact that we are just scaling them down and not shuffling them allowed us to relate the utilities of the evaluator versus the true one, but we still need to figure out these utilities of the true set. And this is a simple problem again. I mean, it can be modeled using these standard EARN models. And basically, we have an EARN with a certain number of balls. And at each step, we draw a ball uniformly and without replacement. Then the question is how many balls of a certain color we are going to get. This is this goes back to Polya 100 years ago, probably. And, it's not independent, but it's very close to being independent. So you can use concentration bounds and get a very precise estimate for what would be the intersection of the optimal set, the set that the set that you would obtain if you could see the two utilities with each group up till some small error. And as a consequence, we can set these numbers. So to answer Sanjeeva's question, yes, if you look at the lower bound, it depends on n, m, the cardinality of the group, some error parameter, how close to the latent utility you would like to get. And somehow the information about the distribution is embedded in the formula which relates these numbers. If you were to pick a different distribution, then the formula that will be different. Because it's just uniform, and we know some kind of statistical properties of the uniform we can get simple functions. Okay, so yes. Yeah. It's less than 1, and that's it. No, yeah, exactly. It doesn't. So it's just less than 1. That's it. Yeah, this is something I had to check the proofs a few times. It just yeah, it's true. But it's you see what is happening is beta doesn't really play a role in setting the lower bound parameters. It will start, yeah, it will start affecting, I can talk to you about it offline, but yeah, beta doesn't show up in this lower bounds because you don't know beta, so you can't use that. Yeah. So let me also mention, this is a question that we often get. Okay, so this is 1 round. Well, what happens if you play this game again and again? So, I mean, after all, what is the purpose of affirmative action? The purpose of affirmative action is not to keep providing remedy forever. Presumably, by providing affirmative action, the conditions are changing for a certain group. So, for instance, if in this process of NFL football coach interviews, the interviewers, after repeated interactions with, let's say, black head coaches, might actually start changing their opinions, and the implicit bias, the beta itself, might change. So what we did was we looked at a model of learning, and so this is a different piece of work where we looked at the model of how the beta might change after playing each round of this game. So how could beta change? Well, in the interview process, the true utility is revealed. Okay. So that's the assumption that you make. And so you can somehow, it can affect your beliefs. So we use a very simple model of belief update, this Bayesian belief update model. And what we show is something really interesting, and while people knew that Rooney rule has some advantage, nobody thought about this actually, and this is again, kind of a TCS style of thinking where, what we showed was the number of steps that you need to take beta from a low value to a value close to 1, which is what you would want, is exponentially faster with this affirmative action. So this then gives policymakers also a way to think about for how many years shall I implement this. And I think if you look at the Indian Constitution, unless it has been changed, which it might have been, I don't know, that the affirmative action is for 10 years, right? Sanjeeva, you're probably the expert on this. Okay, it has been. Okay, so it's complicated. The other thing, which I think I will also just mention in passing, I will finish in 2-3 minutes. That's okay. Yeah, is intersectionality. I think this is also something important to understand. And so what is intersectionality? Intersectionality is, so far we assume that these groups are disjoint. But in reality, it is not the case. I mean, if let's say, for example, in the context of the US, you will see that there is this double jeopardy of being black and being a woman. And so being a black woman is not this kind of the sum of its parts. So While the traditional interventions would be that pick at least these many Black people, pick at least these many women. Now, is that going to, so is that going to help you get close to the optimal value in this setting, in the non-intersectional, in the intersectional setting? It has been observed by various social scientists that it is not the case. However, I think not really modeled. So yeah, so I think these are the two settings. Non-intersectional interventions would just put lower bound or representational constraints on each group, whereas intersectional interventions would put a lower bound on each group. And so we show, so first we kind of extend these models to the intersectional setting by saying that now if it's a very simple extension, that if you're now in two groups, then you incur beta 1 of the first group and beta 2 of the second group in a multiplicative manner. If you have it in an additive manner, it's not very useful. It doesn't capture what people have been trying to think happens. And what we can show is that non-intersectional constraints have their limitations. So these are precise mathematical theorems that you can go and read if you're interested. And the intersectional interventions can again recover. So that second part is not very surprising given our prior work. But the first bullet here, which is in red, was an eye-opener for certain policymakers who thought that this is good enough. It may not be. It doesn't say it is not. It says it may not be, because if our model is applicable, then. Okay, so finally, I would come back to this question, and I have one last slide and then the summary slide. So far, you may think, okay, this is all nice, but the model is very simple, very stylized. Is it really useful? It doesn't really explain to me why bias is emerging in an evaluation process. And in many contexts, including the United States now, with the Supreme Court ruling this kind of interventions illegal, essentially, can we think about affirmative action in a more nuanced manner? So for that, we'll have to kind of open this black box. How is it that people are coming in this black box with one, utilities from one distribution, but it's the black box is spitting out two different distributions? What is going on inside? So I'll tell you about this work, which was just published, coming directly from there, actually. So I was a little bit enthusiastic about talking at least a little bit, is with Salis Amit Kumar, who's here at IIT Delhi, and a student, Mehrotra. And here we give a model, an optimization-based model, to show how an evaluation process can transform the input distribution to a given output distribution. The model has parameters. There are two parameters. One is the resource constraint parameter, which we call tau, and one is the risk averseness parameter. So I'll explain what these are trying to capture. So often these evaluations are time bounded. There's an interview. Let's say Srikanth is interviewing me, and the goal of Srikanth is to extract as much information relevant to the high-level task, and the time is limited, but how much information per unit time he can extract might differ based on the alignment of our values, our language. For instance, if you speak French and I don't speak French, then I think it'll be close to 0, right? So our tau will be very high. That's the way we model it. And the other thing is risk averseness, which is actually a very important thing. That if I'm hiring PhD students, positives and negatives are not equal. Rejecting somebody that doesn't matter to me. But if I hire somebody, then it comes with an additional commitment, at least in the US, for funding for multiple years. And this is a significant time and resource commitment. So I'm, drawing from Kahneman's, work on prospect theory and risk averseness. so let me tell you what this model looks like. And it's also, I think, interesting bringing in optimization in a new way in this area. So the goal of this optimization problem is to find some distribution F. We need a way to measure how close these two distributions are. And we do that by introducing this asymmetric loss function L sub alpha. And the asymmetry is captured in the sense that if I take one sample X from the distribution that I'm searching and V from the input distribution, if X is more than V, then I penalize this loss function even further by a factor of alpha. So I'm introducing asymmetry, as you can see in these curves around. And the resource constraint, we model it using entropy, because in the end, we want to get information out. So what we say is that, okay, find a distribution F which minimizes this asymmetric loss function subject to its entropy being at least tau. Now, if tau is minus infinity, so this is a differential entropy, continuous entropy. So and this can be between minus infinity and plus infinity. If this is minus infinity, then it will output the optimal solution. And if it is not, and if it is plus infinity, you basically get no information, and so you will just output random noise. So in the end, we get this, the last line that you see there is the optimization problem. And by plugging in various input distributions, we can recover a whole class of models, which are way beyond the simple stylized model that and the reason is because, statistical theory or probability theory, you can capture a lot of existing probability distributions in this framework. So for instance, you know that Gaussian is the one that maximizes entropy subject to L2 square loss. You know that Pareto maximizes entropy with respect to some loss function and so on. So we already know for almost every probability distribution, parametric probability distribution, the right objective function. So, and we also study how this density then, the new density changes with alpha and tau. So the bias comes because we have different values of alpha and different values of tau for different groups. So for example, if I have everything the same, tau is higher for one group versus the other, then the distribution that will come out for that, the higher tau, will be different than the distribution that you get for lower tau. So you see how, you can, if you map these parameters alpha and tau to your setting, you can think of interventions. So for instance, if Shrikant really just speaks French and I just speak English, and the goal is to test, let's say, how good tennis I play or how well I can drive, which is not related to language actually, but nevertheless, the exam has to be conducted in some language, then we can hire a translator. But the question is, who will pay the cost of the translator? So, but this is where institutions can step in. And I think, like, I don't know, maybe I'm not up to date, but Meena might be knowing this. JEE exam is now in many languages, for instance. Yes, right? So, I mean, at my time, I don't think it was the case. But things are changing. So it does open a broad range of interventions. Okay, so I'll just conclude by saying that in this new world where algorithms are even more important than they were when I started studying algorithms, it is even more important to understand what we know about the inputs and what potential ways can noise or systematic noise or biases can come in. And I think almost any algorithm, any computational problem that you can imagine will have a new twist when you start introducing, or when you start looking at it from this lens. I wanted to mention a couple of works this year which also extend this simple additive models of utility for a set to submodular functions if you're interested. One was published in DubDubDub, and one was published in ICM. And I think there are many open questions. I'm happy to talk And once again, thanks. Sorry for going a little bit over time.
So the experiments that you mentioned, the couple of them where the email was taken and the name was changed or the gender was changed, and something was inferred about that there is some bias and stuff like that. Is it realistic? The my objection is that um, once you change this one attribute with it without looking at the other correlated attributes, the data point can go out of distribution.
But in this case, everything was the same. What changed was just the name that was mentioned.
Yeah, but the name could, I mean, for example, the name could talk about the gender. It could,
Right.
for example, give an indication of, and the gender can give an indication of the educational institutes. Maybe it could be a women's college or something. So there are attributes which are correlated.
No. There. In reality, there are, but in these experiments, the purpose is to show that people have implicit biases in completely controlled settings where everything is identical. And the only thing that changes is the color of this paper on which I print the CV. The CVs are exactly identical. You're more likely to look at one than the other.
But it's
Yeah.
extremely difficult to figure out if there exist correlations between attributes. So
I don't know what
it's
you're
still-
saying, because I'm just saying that the two data points are identical and I'm only changing the color of the paper, and I'm observing that people are looking at the red colored paper more than the blue colored paper. So they're really not looking at the blue colored paper. So somehow the color of the paper is affecting what they're looking at. And the color of the paper is not at all correlated with the evaluation process. So that's all I'm saying.
I see.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I was wondering if the intersectional model can be, does it make sense to look at a Bayesian model for the intersectional situation?
What do you mean by that?
Like a conditional situation where one attribute, so you look at like the two attributes as dependent on one on another, something like that.
Yeah, one can look at that. Yeah. I mean, one can look at, there have been follow-up works by others who look at more complicated models of intersectionality. I can point you to the literature if you meet me outside. Yeah.
So going back to the Rooney Rule thing that you mentioned,
Mhm.
If we consider like multiple disadvantaged groups, is it even possible to get a similar result? Like if we had multiple disadvantaged groups, would there be sort of like competition for, like if we had to put a lower bound on the amount of people you want to interview, if there are multiple groups, would there be sort of competition?
Yeah, there are, I mean, the results said that there are lower bounds. So, I mean, what it would say is the theorem prescribes a value of the number of candidates from each group that you should interview. So the theorem comes with a prescription of how many candidates from each group you should select or interview.
Oh, not as a percentage, as a,
Yeah, it's a number. Yeah. And you might have to round it if that is what you're, yeah, I mean, it had this n by m thing. So it will not an integer in general. So yeah, so then you might have to kind of round it.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
A couple of announcements. So if there is any problem, you can approach the volunteers or the organizers who have this green tag, green card on the inside. And secondly, the restrooms in the building next door, which is like so it's called the D block, or in Vindhya. And there are accessible and gender neutral restrooms at the end of this corridor. Right now, there are snacks outside here, and there are also snacks in the first floor. Right, so all the track next to the track A and track B.
Hello, hello. I will have to be a bit loud.
Maybe you can put it up a bit higher.
This is fine. I will speak a bit louder than what I'm doing now. What do I speak? That's fine. Is it fine? People on the last. Am I audible? Thank you. So this is the switch, right?
Okay, so we get started.
Well, people aren't really care.
That's okay. I think they'll get split now that they're parallel tracks. Some of them will go upstairs, and I think more people will come in as before. That's fine. Let's get started. All right, welcome back, everyone. This is the very first session of Contributed Talks at FST, and I'm delighted to introduce you to Lakween, who will be talking about a lot of things. FPT approximations for packing and covering problems parameterized by elimination distance and even less. So Lakween, all yours.
Thanks, Neil. Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Lakween. Before I start the talk, I would just like to ask that how many of you are familiar with parameterized algorithms and the notion of FPT? Can you please just raise your hand? Okay, so that's good. A lot of you are. I'll still revise some basics. So let's start. So with parameterized algorithm, together with the input, we also like to exploit some parameter. And this parameter is something. One natural parameter that we can think of is the solution size. And what we would like to do, what is the aim, is by exploiting this parameter, can we design more efficient algorithm in terms of this parameter? That is, instead of just looking for an exponential algorithm in terms of input, can we just bound this to this function of parameter? So if k is my parameter, then can we look for an efficient algorithm which is function of parameter, which can be any function, but it should be polynomial in the input. So here n I will use for the input size, and generally I'm using k as a parameter. If not, I will tell you what are the parameters. Okay. For many problems, specifically for NP-hard problems, we try to look for approximate solution. When we are not able to find optimal solution in efficient running time, we try to go look for approximate solution. And this efficient polynomial time approximation scheme, what it does is it looks for 1 plus epsilon approximation for the minimization problem and 1 minus epsilon approximation for the maximization problem, but the running time should be the function of epsilon and polynomial in the input. Okay, so this here also you can see a similarity with the parameterized algorithms that it is FPT in terms of epsilon, right? Now, what we are exploring is the FPT approximation scheme. So together with this epsilon, we are also exploiting a parameter that is given to us an input, and we would like to design 1 plus epsilon or 1 minus epsilon approximation algorithm depending on the minimization or maximization problem, which runs in time FPT in k and epsilon. Okay, so this is about just basic terminologies. Are there any questions? Okay. So now let me start with the problem that we have studied in the paper. And this is very well studied in the realm of parameterized complexity and otherwise as well. So let me define H vertex deletion. Here, H is some class of graphs, and given an input, a graph G, and an integer K, we would like to find out a set of vertices such that if I delete them from my input graph, then can I reach to a graph which belongs to the graph class H? So this is the question. And suppose that if we are looking for a minimum solution, then we are calling it H modulator, and here mod subscript HG, I am going to denote it with that. Okay. So for the rest of the talk, just remember this mod HG is a H modulator of graph G. Okay. What that is the set of vertices that I can delete so that I can reach to the graph which belongs to the graph class H. Okay. Okay. Some of the example of this setting is which we all have seen, vertex cover feedback vertex set. That is vertex cover is the graph class H that we want to reach is edgeless graph. We want to get rid of all the edges. Feedback vertex set, we want to get rid of all the cycles. Odd cycle transversal, we want to get rid of we want to reach to a bipartite graph, right? By getting rid of all the odd cycles and so on. There are many more examples. If we talk about parameters, then many parameters have been explored for this setting. One natural parameter that have been very well explored is the solution size. And other than that, some structural parameter of graphs have also been explored, such as tree depth, tree width, and so on, right? But recently, there are some hybrid parameters that have also been explored, which are maybe way smaller than the solution size natural parameter, or maybe even smaller than the width parameters that we have seen generally, like tree width and tree depth. And some of example that we have seen recently are elimination distance and H tree width. Okay. So before I define to you what is this H elimination distance and H tree width, let us quickly recall what is tree width and what is tree depth. Okay. So if we talk about tree width, this is the notion like how tree alike a graph is, how close it is to a tree. So if we just talk about a tree, then the tree width of tree is 1, right? So basically, if we look at the tree decomposition, then we have a tree and we have a function beta, which maps whatever the vertices of trees are to a subset of vertices of our graph, right? But there should be some properties that should be satisfied. First is every vertex of my graph should be mapped to one of the nodes of my tree. And other properties, if I look at any edge of my graph, then there should be at least one node which contain both of the endpoints of this edge. And the other connectivity property that we require from the tree decomposition is that if I look at all the nodes that contain a particular vertex, then it should create a connected subtree in my tree T, right? So this is the notion of tree decomposition. And we say that width of a tree decomposition is maximum size that we assign to a node, maximum size of set that we assign to a node. We call it a bag. So whatever the maximum size of bag is minus 1, it is width of a particular decomposition. And what is tree width of a graph is over all this tree decomposition, what is the minimum such width we can find. Okay. So this was the notion of tree decomposition. And let's quickly also recall the notion of tree depth. So what happens in tree depth? Again, we are trying to find a forest embedding. Here also we have a tree or a forest, and we again map the vertices of my forest to my vertices of graph. So here right now I have written the function chi from v of t, which is vertices of my forest, to 2 power v of g, which is all the subsets. But in tree depth, we don't require this subset notion. We are just mapping with vertex set. Okay. So for every node, I am assigning it exactly one vertex in my graph. But I have this property that if I look at any edge of my graph, then it should be the case that the endpoints, wherever they are mapped to, they should follow ancestor-descendant relationship. That is, every edge should have its endpoints mapped to some root to leaf path. So if you see this example, you can see that the edge VU, it is in the UWV root to leaf path, and so on. You can see that every edge is, the endpoints of every edge is in some root to leaf path. Okay. And what is depth of one such decomposition is the number of edges, the maximum number of edges in any root to leaf path. Okay. And again, we go over all these forest embeddings, and whichever gives us the minimum depth, that is our tree depth. Okay. So this were the notion of tree width and tree depth that we are aware of. Now let's come to the notion of H elimination distance and H tree width. They are basically generalizations of both of this. Okay, so is there any question? So for this, you don't need power set. You are just mapping to vertex set. And if you look at the second property, every chi-t for every node is at most 1. Okay. Yes, but we don't need that generally. Okay. Okay. So now let me explain the notion of H tree width. Think of it as a generalization of the tree width notion. But with just tree decomposition, you are also given a set L. Okay. These are some set of vertices that you have. And now together with your, if you just ignore this set of vertices L, then you can just look at it as a tree decomposition, and the width that we are computing for H tree width, it is just size of this bags minus 1. Okay, but what is the point of this set L here? So the H tree decomposition is this triple, which is my tree T, and this function, which is mapping the nodes of a tree to a subset of vertices of my graph. And then I have this set L. Okay. So I will be satisfying all the properties of my tree decomposition. Every vertex should have a node, every edge should belong to for every edge, one node should contain both the endpoints and so on. And again, the connectivity property. But on top of that, I have this set L, right? I want that they are mapped to the leaf bags, and they are uniquely mapped to some leaf bags. That is, every vertex is uniquely mapped to some of the one of the leaf bags. Okay, so that is the property I want. And since we are talking about the graph class H, what is the notion that we are using here is, if I just focus on this vertices of L in my leaf bag, then the graph induced on that belong to this graph class H. Okay. H is any class of graphs. Yes. Okay. So think of it as that whatever, suppose you have a solution, then the solution also have bounded tree width. You can think of it as that. In the leaf bag, if you just focus on the vertices of L, then the graph induced on those vertices belong to the graph class H. So all the vertices in L are uniquely mapped to a leaf bag. Yeah.
Then if I take the index of graph of leaf bags,
Yes.
then this index of graph should belong to class
H. Yes. So that is the notion of H tree width.
Bags or for any bags where the vertices of L appear?
Only for the leaf bag. So the vertices of L only appears in the leaf bag. Yes, they are not appearing anywhere else. And if I just focus in the leaf bag on those vertices of L, then they belong to the graph class H. Is it okay with everyone? Okay, so you can think that this is a generalization of tree width. If I'm just ignoring this vertices of L, then it is just tree decomposition, right? But now I also want that this set of vertices L gives me this gives me the graph which belongs to the class H. Okay. Okay. So now again, another generalization of tree depth is H elimination distance. So what happens here? Again, I have a set L, and if I have a forest embedding, I will satisfy the property similar to the tree depth, that for every edge I have a root to leaf path. Okay, that is both the endpoints are in some root to leaf path. They are in ancestor descendant relationship, and here if I look at my internal nodes of my tree, then they are mapped with only one vertices. But now if I look at my leaf bag, again they can be mapped to subset of vertices. Okay, so in my H tree decomposition, I was saying that every bag is a subset, but here my internal nodes are just one vertices mapped to single vertices, but my leaf nodes are mapped to subset of vertices. And here again, I want the property that if I just focus on the vertices of L in the leaf bag, then they belong to graph class H. Okay. So you can also think of elimination distance as follows, that suppose you are allowed to simultaneously delete from each of the connected component, then so that you can reach to graph class H. So this is what you can do. Okay, so here all my leaf bags, they only contain the vertices of L. They do not contain any other vertices. This is just definition. This is just how I'm defining the H elimination distance. So I have a set L, and I want that this set L are mapped to the leaf bags. And if I just focus on this leaf bags, then they belong to the graph class H. Yes. 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 Just like tree depth, we go over all the decomposition. Similarly, here also we take the best. That for this particular definition, L is I have L. For the definition purpose, I have.
But is it necessary that G induced on chi T is connected for a particular leaf T?
For a particular leaf T, see if it is not connected, you can take two leaves and then map two different connected components there.
That
Okay.
is one.
No, it will not, right? It's depth. Yeah. Okay.
Huh.
Yeah. So this is just for definition. But if you look at both of these problems, similar to H modulator, where we are finding some vertices to reach to graph class H, these are also, you can think of it as two problems, like what is the H tree width of an input graph, so that what is the tree width H tree width I can get in order to reach to a graph class which belongs to H, in order to reach to a graph which belongs to the graph class H, and similarly for H elimination distance. Okay, makes sense? Any questions here? Okay. How much time I have? 7 minutes. Okay, I have to rush. And if you look at these three parameters, then you can also see that the H modulator parameter it can be arbitrarily larger than both of these parameters. You can also see that the elimination distance parameter can be arbitrarily larger than H tree width parameter. Since I have time crunch, I will speed up my presentation and skip whatever is written there. Okay. And with respect to these three parameters, recently there have been some development. So Agrawal et al. And Jensen et al. Have studied these three parameters and gave FPT algorithm for several problems. And recently Agrawal et al. Also showed an equivalence between these three parameters and showed that if I have an FPT algorithm parameterized by H modulator, then we can also use that in order to obtain FPT algorithm for the other two smaller parameters. And in this recently also the study of how we can obtain these values have been explored. Now look at the FPT algorithms. We are trying to find optimal solutions there, right? Some solution of size at most k. But again, since we are talking about H modulator, it is like implicitly we are thinking that once we reach to the graph class H, maybe whatever problem we are looking for is easy to solve there, right? But that might not always be the case. For example, if you look at the vertex cover problem, then if we try to reach to a graph class which is planar graph, then we are not able to solve vertex cover problem there in polynomial time, because vertex cover is NP hard on the planar graph. But again, we have some efficient approximation algorithms there, right? So the motivation for our study was again this, that can we actually exploit this good approximation algorithms and design some algorithms, some approximation algorithm for H modulator parameter are the other two parameters. Okay. So the first question that we have explored in the paper, that again, can we get good FPT approximation schemes parameterized by H modulator? And again, the other one is with respect to other two parameters also, can we get some good FPT approximation schemes? So the first question is again have been explored because FPT approximation schemes are very well notions and have been an active research area recently. And there have been some work done there. But the second question is with best of our knowledge, we have explored and have not been explored before. So let me just mention the result, the main result of the paper. So suppose you have two graph classes, H and F, both are well behaved in the sense that they satisfy this hereditary property and closed under disjoint union. Then suppose you are trying to solve vertex deletion to the class F, that is you want to delete vertices so that you can reach to graph class F. But graph class S, sorry. So in that case, suppose that F is CMSO expressible, and you have that the problem pi, which is vertex deletion to F, have FII property, which is finite integer index property. Then we were able to show that we can actually get FPT approximation scheme with respect to all these three parameters. So here we have three things. First is this family should be well behaved. Then we have a CMSO property for F, and for our problem we want a FII property. Okay, so if we have these conditions, then we are able to show that all this for all these parameters we can design FPT approximation scheme. Okay. Yes, they are also equivalent. Yeah. So all these three statements are equivalent. That is, if I have an algorithm for the first, then I can show the algorithm for second and third, and so on. Okay. So I will skip this. So this also gives us so many corollaries with respect to other problems. You can look for packing, covering, and we can also extend this result to dominating set type of problems. So yes. So CMSO expressible and FII. So again, this problem, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so let me just quickly mention this. So in order to get this result, first we showed that if we have this two property for if H and F are well behaved, and I have this two conditions, that is for my pi vertex deletion to F problem, if I have a good approximation scheme, EPITAS, and the other thing is if parameterized by solution size, I have a good FPT algorithm or any FPT algorithm parameterized by solution size, then I can use this two in order to get an algorithm. For in order to get an approximation FPT approximation algorithm for pi parameterized by modulator to H and epsilon. Okay. So once I have this, I can use this in order to prove the main result. Neil, how much time I have? Okay. So I'll just skip everything. And let me just go to the end. Yeah. So can I go back? Okay. Fine. So maybe just I'll tell you the idea behind this. So what do we have? We have an EPITAS for my problem on the graph class H, and I have an FPT algorithm parameterized by solution size. Okay, so we are going to use this too, and we are going to get an FPTAS for parameterized by modulator to H and epsilon. Okay, so how does it work? Basically, this is how Saket likes to explain it. It's a bucket versus ocean. So if the ocean is very huge, then if you just add the bucket of water to it, it will not affect the ocean. So this is what exactly we do. So if you have a modulator to H, suppose M is the modulator to H, that is if I delete M, then the remaining graph G minus M belongs to the graph class H. Then what we can do here, since I have a EPITAS for the graph class H, so we can actually compute an approximate solution. Suppose we compute 1 plus epsilon by 2 approximate solution for deletion to F using whatever the EPITAS I have. then I can actually say that whatever the set I have computed, it's upper bounded by 1 plus epsilon by 2 of the optimal of the whole graph. And then we just compared our H modulator to this set S that we have obtained, which is an approximate solution for the graph class H. And how do we compare? We just look at two conditions. Is it larger than epsilon by 3 of size of S or not? And if you look at the first condition, if it is very small, if it is smaller than epsilon by 3s, we would like to think of it as it is very small. It is a bucket compared to the optimal solution. And we just add it to the solution for the free. And we can show that M union S is a solution and it is upper bounded by 1 plus epsilon of the optimal solution. And in the other case, when M is actually large, which is larger than epsilon by 3 size of the approximate solution on the remaining G minus M, then in this case, we can actually show that the optimal solution itself is upper bounded by a function of M and epsilon. And then we can use the FPT algorithm in order to solve it. So this is the main idea for solving for parameterized by modulator. And once we have that, we can actually use that in order to get in order to prove this equivalence. So in this equivalence, I think 3 to 2 to 1 is obvious because it is a smaller parameter. If we have an FPT for a smaller parameter, we can also give FPT for larger parameters. But what is interesting is to show that 1 also implies 3, that if I have an algorithm for parameterized by modulator, then we can also give an algorithm for parameterized by H tree width. Okay. So I will skip all this. And but this in this equivalence, whatever the algorithms we have, it is non-uniform. But if we have bounded tree width property on F, then we can actually get rid of non-uniformity and we can get uniform algorithms. Some of the open questions that can be explored is firstly, can we so most of the problems that we have explored and the results we have is by minor packing and this thing. Can we look at some other graph classes and extend this result? And even for the uniform algorithms, we have not optimized the running time. It will be an interesting direction to optimize these running times. And we can also explore some other width parameter and see if there are some more equivalents that we can obtain. And if we have for other graph classes H some bounded width parameter, then can we look for some better approximation schemes? That's also an interesting direction. Thank you.
The other two parameters, didn't you say that?
Yes, I said that.
Okay. So that directly implies, right?
So in the approximation scheme you are asking,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Yes.
yeah.
So if I have an algorithm for H, a modulator, I can exploit that in order to get approximation schemes for other two parameters.
Okay. And that is what you.
Yes, that is what in the slides that I
Okay.
didn't explain.
So can you give some insights about this FII property, like what is it intuitively?
Think of it as if the graph size is large, maybe you can replace it with a smaller equivalent graph. And the number of such in the size of this equivalence classes, this is small. So that is the FII property basically. How far in the sense? How much? It can be arbitrarily small. It's yeah.
All right, so let's find something again. Okay. So as you can probably tell, this is a parameterized party this session. So for the second talk, Kutty Malu from IIT Palakkad will be telling us about the parameterized complexity of bicyclic contraction and balanced bicyclic contraction. Take it away. That's all yours.
Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm audible at the back. So good morning. I'm Kutty Malu VK from IIT Palakkad, presenting my research work on parameterized complexity of bicyclic contraction and balanced bicyclic contraction. And this work is co-authored with my research supervisor, Dr. Kritika Ramasamy, along with Ruhani Sharma and Praful Kumar. And in this work, we studied the fixed parameter tractability of two graph contraction problems. So what is a graph contraction here is, so what I mean is graph edge contraction. So given a graph here with an edge E having n vertices U and V. So if I try to contract that edge E, then what happens is the n vertices of that edge U and V is getting merged into a new vertex W. And all the edges that are getting incident on either U or V is getting incident on this new vertex W. So that is what edge contraction mean. And after doing a single edge contraction, the number of vertices in the graph will get reduced by 1. And what happens to the edge set? All the edges that are getting incident on U or V will get incident on this new vertex W. And the remaining set of edges are unchanged. So this is what edge contraction is. I hope this is clear. And a quick question to the audience. So what happens if I contract the edges of the spanning tree of the graph on the left side? Edges of the spanning tree. It get contracted to a single vertex. So I am making n-1 edge contractions. So before going to bicyclics and balanced bicyclic, it is essential to define what is a bipartite graph. So as you all know, bipartite graph is a graph where I have a vertex bipartition, x and y, where x and y are independent sets. And a bicyclic is a complete bipartite graph. That means in the bipartition x and y, every vertex in x is connected to every vertex in y. And what is a balanced bicyclic? The size of set x should be equal to size of y. That is a balanced bicyclic. So this is our problem, bicyclic contraction. So given an instance of a graph G on n vertices and an integer k, and the goal here is to determine whether I can contract at most k edges in G to get a bicyclic. And we studied the fixed parameter tractability of this problem with respect to the solution size k. So in this figure, try to see the induced graph on A, B, C, and I'm contracting the edges, the red edges between A, B, and C and A, the edge AB and edge AC. After contracting this, the induced graph on ABC will get contracted to a single vertex, which is denoted as ABC. So that is the notation I have used here. So you can clearly picturize that after contracting the red edges, this graph is getting contracted to a bicyclic or a complete bipartite graph. And the variation of this problem is balanced bicyclic contraction, where the goal is to determine whether we can contract at most k edges in G to obtain a balanced bicyclic. So only thing we need to make sure that in the left side and right side, we have same number of components. So these are our results. We proved the NP completeness of both the problems. Then we studied the fixed parameter tractability and developed an FPT algorithm for both bicyclic contraction and balanced bicyclic contraction, which is running in time O star of 25.904 per K. And we studied the kernelization complexity of both the problems and found that balanced bicyclic contraction admits a quadratic vertex kernel, whereas bicyclic contraction does not allows a polynomial compression. So this is the overall picture of the results in our work. So before going to the FPT algorithm, I would like to redefine the same problem in a different way. That is, bicyclic contraction problem can be redefined as a graph partitioning problem. How is that? Given an instance of the problem G comma K, and G can be K contractible to a bicyclic if and only if
we can find a partitioning of the vertex set of graph G into two parts, that is L and R, such that you imagine the induced graph on L and the induced graph on R. These induced graphs should be getting contracted to vertices. So each component in the induced graph of G of L and G of R will get contracted to single vertex. So what we need is that the size of the spanning forest of G of L plus size of the spanning forest of G of R should be at most K. So that is a constraint. And the next constraint is, in order to ensure the complete bipartite connectivity, every component of G of L should be adjacent to every component of G of R. So this is how edges in the spanning forest. Number of edges in the spanning forest is the size of the spanning forest. So these are the edges we are contracting. So the red edges are the edges in the one of the spanning forest of G of L and G of R. Okay. So this is how we redefine the same problem as a graph partitioning problem. And coming to balanced bicyclic contraction, here also we redefine this as a graph partitioning problem, where we partition the vertices of a graph into two parts, L and R. And this, before moving to the next, this such a nice partition of V of G is called K constrained valid partition. So graph is K contractible to a bicyclic if we can identify a K constrained valid partition, satisfying these two properties. So coming to balanced bicyclic, again, this problem is redefined as a graph partitioning problem with partition L and R. And what we need to see is that this L and R forms a K constrained valid partition because it has to be contractible to a bicyclic. Then we need to ensure that it is a balanced bicyclic. So for that, we need a second condition, that is number of components in G of L is equal to number of components in G of R. So along with this condition, we can say that the graph is K contractible to a balanced bicyclic. And moving to our first result, we proved the NP completeness of bicyclic contraction by using a polynomial time reduction from red-blue dominating set. And it's a well-known NP-hard problem. With an instance G, R, B, kappa, we constructed an equivalent instance of bicyclic contraction with a parameter B plus kappa. And this reduction from red-blue dominating set is also polynomial parameter preserving transformation. So the incompressibility results of red-blue dominating set holds true for bicyclic contraction also. So thus we showed that bicyclic contraction also does not allow a polynomial compression. And from the above reduction, we can also claim that bicyclic contraction is NP complete even on bipartite graph. Again, we studied the complexity of balanced bicyclic contraction, and from a polynomial time reduction from hypergraph to coloring problem, we showed that balanced bicyclic contraction is also NP complete. And this reduction also helps us to show that balanced bicyclic contraction is NP complete even on bipartite graph. Okay, so coming to the FPT algorithm. So we have an FPT algorithm running in time O star of 25.904 per K time. So what we do here is that the main idea we use is that of a bicyclic modulator. So what is a bicyclic modulator? We identify a subset from the set of vertices of G. And if G is K contractible to a bicyclic, then it has a bicyclic modulator Z of size at most 2K, where Z is of size at most 2K and whose removal will give a nice structure in the remaining graph. That is, the remaining graph G minus Z will be a bicyclic. So that is the idea we are using in the FPT algorithm. And such a bicyclic modulator can be found in time 1.4 per O star of 1.4 per K. That is, we use the FPT algorithm for D cluster vertex deletion. So with that FPT algorithm as subroutine, we find a bicyclic modulator of size at most 2K. This is how we proceed with the FPT algorithm. I hope this is clear. We try to identify a bicyclic modulator in time O star of 1.4 per Z. So this is the overall picture. Given an instance G, K of bicyclic contraction, we first see whether G is having a bicyclic modulator of size at most 2K. Yeah. Pardon? Why this O star? So this is because it has a it's not approximate, it's approximate running time. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So given an instance of bicyclic modulator, contraction, G comma K, we first identify whether G has a bicyclic modulator of size at most 2K, which is our Z. If such a Z is not present, then it's a no instance for G comma K. It's a no instance for bicyclic contraction. Otherwise, we get a nice structure in the graph where Z is a bicyclic modulator and G minus Z is a bicyclic. And now our FPT algorithm proceeds further by guessing the nature of intersection between the set X union Y and the final bipartition that we need, that is LR, which is a K-constraint valid partition. So that is what we check in the remaining part of the FPT algorithm. So first case we analyze here is that when this X union Y is an empty set. So then we have only the bicyclic modulator of size at most 2K. Then we go over each partition of Z in time O star of 2 par size of Z. So that consider an ordered partition of Z, that is ZL and ZR, and we'll check whether it is a K constraint valid partition of B of G. Okay, this is the first case. Second case is when X union Y is not an empty set. And we say, and in this case, we also see when X is an empty set. Okay. And here also we go over all the partitions of Z in time O star of 2 par size of Z. And for each ordered partition ZL, ZR, we have two subcases. The first subcase is when the set of vertices in Y will stick to one part, that is either in the part where ZL is present or either in the part where ZR is present. That is the first subcase. And we'll, without loss of generality, I assume that the set of vertices in Y will stick to the part where ZR is present. And I'll check whether ZL, ZR union Y is a K constraint valid partition. Okay. So this will take a running time of O star of 2 par size of Z. The second subcase is when the set of vertices in Y can remain in both the parts. Some vertices will stay in the part where ZL is present. So the remaining vertices will stay in the part where ZR is present. So how to do this mapping? So we need to further analyze the vertices in Y. So first we make use of a branching rule in this subcase where we analyze the high degree vertices in Y, where take a vertex V of high degree, that is degree greater than 2, and having neighborhood in both ZL and ZR. Okay. And then we branch on two cases. Either we move this vertex to the part where ZL is present or move to the part where ZR is present and try to contract the appropriate edges among them and decrease the budget. So this is an exhaustive branching. And after doing this branching rule, we apply a pre-processing rule on the remaining set of vertices that are of degree 2 and having neighborhood in ZL as well as in ZR. And here we can move this particular vertex to either the part where ZL is present or ZR is present. So both will consume same number of edge contractions. So there is no point in branching. So we move either that vertex to ZL or to ZR. So here, without loss of generality, assume that I move these vertices to the part where ZL is present and make the decrease the number of edge contractions K. And after doing this pre-processing rule, when neither this branching rule or the pre-processing rule is applicable, we analyze the remaining set of vertices in Y, and we can see that the set of vertices in Y are having either neighborhood only in ZL or in neighborhood only in ZR. And using some analysis, I'm skipping the technical part, some analysis, we could figure out a partition in that remaining set of vertices Y1, Y2, Y3, where our Y3 is most appropriate to move into the part where ZR is present. And the Y1 and Y2 will remain in the part where ZL is present. So this is done with respect to a guessing we made in the set of vertices of Z. So after doing this analysis, we again check whether ZL union Y1 union Y2, ZR union Y3 is a K constraint valid partition. Okay, so the overall running time for this subcase is 1.619 per K, O star of 1.619 per K into 2 power 2 into size of Z. So the first factor is contributed by the branching rule, and we make 2 rounds of guessing in the subset Z. So that is why the next factor coming. So this is the overall case analysis we have done. I'm not going through each of these cases. I have explained case 1, 2, 2.1 and 2.2, and some of the cases are almost similar, and there are some trivial cases also. So the most dominating running time is O star of 1.619 per k into 2 power 2 into size of z. So that's why the Bikely contraction can be solved in O star of 25.904 per k. Okay. And coming to the FPT algorithm for balanced Bikely contraction, the same algorithm works for balanced Bikely contraction also with a slight modification. So wherever we are checking for a k-constrained valid partition, here we need to check that whether it is a k-constrained valid balanced partition. So that is the only change we make for the FPT algorithm for balanced Bikely contraction. So here also the running time is the same. Clear? And now I move to the kernelization complexity of balanced Bikely contraction. And we proved that balanced Bikely contraction admits a quadratic vertex kernel. So here, first we take a maximal collection of K1 plus K2, K3 from G. It's because a graph is a bicyclic if and only if it is K1 plus K2, K3 free. So we identify all those vertices and form a set Z. Set Z is a set of vertices from that collection C. And I apply a sequence of reduction rules. The first reduction rule is that if I can identify that Z is of size greater than 6K, then it's a trivial no instance. Why? Because earlier I have said a graph is contractible to a bicyclic or a balanced bicyclic if it has a bicyclic modulator of size at most 2K. So this implies that this collection C has to be of size at most 2K, and thus Z should be of size at most 6K. If the size of Z is exceeding 6K, then it's a trivial no instance. So that is our first reduction rule. At least one. It has to hit at least one vertex. So that is, so at most 6K will be the size of Z. And removing that set, we will get that nice structure. That is, the remaining G minus Z will be a bicyclic. And now, subsequently, we assume that the Z is of size at most 6K. And without loss of generality, I assume that X is less than Y and Y is of size at least K plus 3. Otherwise, we get a linear vertex kernel. And then we analyze the cardinality of X and Y. And since this graph, if the graph is K contractible to a balanced bicyclic, Y size cannot be too much larger than X. Okay, so there is like Y has to be at most the size of X plus Z plus K. So I'm not going to the technicality of that reduction rule, but think it like that size of Y will not be too much larger than with respect to size of X plus Z plus K. So that constraint is also checked here. If Y exceeds the cardinality, size of Y exceeds the cardinality of X plus Z plus K, then it's a trivial no instance. So this is a second reduction rule. And after this, I make one more observation that after removing the Z, the remaining graph X and Y is a bipartition. It's a bicyclic. So the set of vertices in Y will strictly remains to one part and set of vertices of Y will strictly remains to the opposite part. It will not be the case like both the parts will have vertices from X as well as Y, because this will exceed the budget of edge contractions K. So we fix the parts where X and Y is present. So either X will be subset of L and Y will be subset of R, or the reverse. X will be subset of R and Y will be subset of L. So we fix the part, and now for the third reduction rule, we analyze a set of vertices in Z. And we observe that some of the vertices are having more than K plus 1 neighborhood in Y. So those vertices cannot be present in the part where Y is present because it will exceed the budget of edge contraction. So we move ZX to the opposite side where the X is present. Also, some of the vertices are having more than K plus 1 neighborhood in X. So it cannot be present in the part where X is present. It will exceed the budget of edge contractions. So such vertices are moved to the opposite part where Y is present. So these two sets are ZX and ZY, and the remaining vertices form the set Z prime. Okay. And if a vertex is present in both ZX and ZY, then it's a trivial no instance. Okay. And so Z prime, ZX, ZY, partition Z. And now coming to our fourth reduction rule, we follow a marking procedure where we mark all the vertices of Z, where of the order of K vertices are marked here. Okay. And whatever vertices that are there in Z prime now will be having at most K neighborhood in X as well as in Y. Okay. So we mark those neighborhood also in both the sides. So we take all the neighborhood of Z prime in X and all the neighborhood of Z prime in Y. We mark those vertices also. This will also mark of the order of K square vertices. And then for this step, we mark for each vertices of Z, we mark a non-neighbor of that vertex in X minus neighborhood of Z prime and Y minus neighborhood of Z prime. So why? Because is that, so consider a vertex that is marked, which is the last vertex. And those vertices can be part of the balanced bicyclic with the help of some vertices from Z prime. So we need some mapping towards the vertices in the neighborhood of Z prime in Y. Yeah. Not other side, it will get some help from Z prime and will get it will be mapped to some contracted vertices in Y side. It will not be trivial component. Yeah, like that. And for safety side, we mark in both the sides for all vertices of S. Okay, so this will also give of the order of K square vertices marked, of the order of K square vertices will be marked. And what happens to the remaining unmarked vertices? So the remaining unmarked vertices are U and V in both the sides. Those vertices are trivial components in the final balanced bicyclic. So it is safe to remove one vertex from the left side and one vertex from the right side. Still, the remaining graph will be a balanced bicyclic. So the unmarked vertices are removed and you get a of the order of K square vertices marked, which gives a quadratic vertex kernel for balanced bicyclic contraction. So this is how our kernel, we analyze the kernelization complexity, and this is our result. So coming to the future direction, we try to improve on our FPT algorithm, and yeah.
So the bicyclic contraction, you said that it does not have a
quadratic, polynomial compression.
So that I just want to
Yeah. You know, why I can say one thing, that why we are not applying this same algorithm for bicyclic kernelization is because in our second reduction rule, we make use of a point where Y is not too much larger than X, Y, and K. So there we are using this balanced bicyclic property. So that I cannot apply for the bicyclic. Okay.
asking
For the reduction, from the reduction, you're asking about the existence of
are you doing composition?
I have not in detail studied that, but using the polynomial time reduction from red-blue dominating set with respect to the parameter B plus kappa. With respect to that parameter, also we can do the polynomial time reduction, and so the incompressibility result holds true. Okay. Yeah. So we are trying to get a linear vertex kernel for balanced bicyclic contraction. Also, we are studying the these two problems with respect to the parameter L, which is the size of the target bicyclic, and it is W1 hard using a reduction from independent set, and trying to check whether an XP algorithm holds for this problem. Also, the same parameter for balanced bicyclic contraction. Some other interesting parameters are twin width to exploit the parameter twin width for the same problem. So that is also still open for us. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, one question. It's not audible. Can you use the mic?
Cool. Thanks for that. So it just feels like the 25.904 to the power of K or whatever that was just seems like a really oddly specific number. Do you have any thoughts on that, or any ideas on kind of where that's coming from, or if there's any potential gaps, or sort of what the story is of that?
like I'm not sure.
Mhm.
The 25 is coming, that analysis is sound, but
Oh. Mhm. Is that just like a normal thing then to get these numbers that look like this?
The 1.4 sitting at the bottom, then you
yeah. So the details I can give, like come back to that. We are using a branching rule which consumes 1.619 per K. Second. So 1.619 per K is due to the branching rule that we applied. And the branching factor there is 1,2. Worst case branching factor is 1,2. And the other two factors, like 2 power 2 size of Z, is because of the two guessing we are making. Initially, we are guessing the partition of Z into two parts. And on top of that only, we are doing all this pre-processing and branching and all. And again, we are doing one more guessing on the set Z. So that's why the overall running time is computed to 25.904 per K.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Mm.
So, can you, so if you try some ideas like finding something like a max cut and then guessing the bipartition of both the sides?
No. We tried to see the reduction from, pardon?
But if you know the bipartition, right, then you can guess the partition of both the sides.
Hmm.
Number of words are right.
Yeah.
And the bipartition should be said that the number of edges are allowed. There are a lot of them. Like it's like the cut size is large between left side.
Yeah, we'll. Yeah, we'll see to that. Yeah.
First conference talk, so can we give her an extra spending?
Thank you.
Can we 15 minutes? We have exciting minutes to talk about.
Hi, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay, technical difficulties, as you could see. Okay, so welcome to the second session. The first talk is going to be by Harminder Gehlawat, and he will tell us about the parameterized complexity of incomplete connected fair division. Harminder.
Hello. Yeah, great. So this is a joint work with my PhD supervisor, Merav Zihavi. And okay, I am a bit tensed because of all this technical mess up. Let's come to the presentations directly. So today I'll be talking about fair division. And for one or two people who don't know about this problem here, I'll motivate it using a cake cutting version. So we have a cake, and there are two people who want to divide this cake among themselves. And they want to do it in a fair manner such that none of them feel jealous of the other. One of the methods is one of the agents cuts the cake in what this agent thinks are two suitable equal pieces, and the other agent chooses. And this removes envy among agents. And this is a very classical problem which has been studied a lot since the beginning of mankind, I should say. For example, this particular problem is coming from the book of Genesis. And what I'm interested in is the fair division of indivisible items. So I assume my items are indivisible. I have m items, n agents, and I want to divide these m items into these n agents in some fair manner. And I'll say what these fairness notions are. But in many of the situations, it happens that somehow we need the connectivity. Let's take our example of cake cutting itself. If I divide a cake between two people in exact equal share, but the cake is divided into 5,000 pieces, I don't guess both of these people will not be envious of the other, but they will not be very happy. So we need to increase the utility as well. And specifically in the case of indivisible items, it makes more sense. For example, if you want to divide offices to research labs of an university, although in each building, there is some corner office which is liked by everybody in the same research lab a lot, but they will not be very happy if I allocate the whole lab different offices in different buildings. I want to give some measure of connectivity, and hence comes the notion of connected fair division. And how do I measure this notion of connectivity? I use the graphs. So I have m items, which are represented by the vertices of a graph G, and I have n agents, as I mentioned before. And now the agents, what they do, they define their utility for each vertex of the graph using some utility functions. I have utility functions u1 through un for each agent. I have a utility function. And my utility function goes from a vertex of the graph to a number going from 0 to all the natural numbers, including plus 0. And I assume that my valuations are additive in the sense that if I like a vertex with utility 10, some other vertex with 15, I like both of them together as 25. And now I want to assign subset of vertices to my agents in the following manner. Each agent I is assigned a subset pi I, subset of vertices pi I, such that G of graph induced by this pi I is connected. This pi I to pi I forms a partition, and my assignment is fair. So this is a connected fair division, and it has been studied for quite some time. And there are some fairness notions that I'll be talking about. One of these fairness notions is proportionality. What proportionality says that each agent wants, if there are n agents, each agent wants that whatever my valuation of the whole graph is, I want at least that valuation divided by n. I want my fair share. In envy-free, what agent wants, that if for each agent, I get some partition, J gets some partition, I wants that valuation for me of my component should be greater than valuation of all the components other agents are getting, my valuation. So I should not be envious of anybody else. It's very difficult to get envy free in all the times. So there has been some relaxations of envy free. One of them is envy free up to one item. It says that, okay, agent I gets something and agent I is envious of agent J's bundle. But can I remove the envy by taking one item out of J's bundle? But that item should be of the form such that when I remove that item, agent J's bundle should not get disconnected. So I can remove an item which does not make it disconnected. And if there exists a vertex, removal of which makes agent I happy, I say that it is envy free up to one item. And there is a slightly more, like there is another restriction which says that if for each item, envy free up to any item, it says that for I and J, there exists, for all vertices such that removal of which makes the graph, keeps the graph connected. And after removing any of those vertices, maybe of the minimum value, if I am happy, then I will be happy. So these are 4 fairness notions that we will be talking about. And so this is like, think about this in the following form. For example, the motivation comes from that I am jealous of this person, but this thing had to be allocated to this person. Suppose a person is allocated a star, and if I take the central vertex out, this person doesn't get anything. I'm assuming that my agents, which are feeling envy towards other person, feel some compassion also. Like if I take this part out, nothing is left. Now this person can't do anything. So I need that there is some form of connectivity maintained even when I take some part of it out. So, and again, I am interested in one more part, like one more generalization of this problem. Instead of allocating all the items, I want to allocate exactly P of my items. I don't want to allocate all the items. This can also have many applications. This can be applied in many forms. One particular thing is that, for example, I want to allocate the university buildings, and I would like to allocate to the professors first. I do not want to allocate all of the rooms. I want to allocate some of the rooms. First, I allocate to professors, then I allocate to PhD students, and this way I'll go down, keep going down. And I want to save some resources for the later allocations. And my allocator can be parsimonious also. Like he would like to spend as least number of resources as possible. This takes place specifically in proportionality measure. If I can keep some of the resources and make everybody happy, why not keep the resources with me, which I can be used for later. And in the graph setting, sometimes there are some problematic vertices, which makes the allocation very difficult if I need to assign it to some agent. And so relaxing this part, assigning exactly P vertices can make some of the allocations exist, whereas they were not existing if I had to allocate the whole graph. No, they will allocate for example, I want to do proportionality. What is my proportional share? There are 10, if father has 10 children, and he wants to allocate his resources to among these 10 people. If one of them, if I can make all of them are defining, okay, my valuation for this item is this item is this, and the allocations can be defined in such a manner that I can make all of them happy and save many of these resources for charity, let's say. Like in all of them, it will matter. I can give examples for all of them. For proportionality, it's very easy to see. For EF and EF1, it's a little trickier to see. Like you can save resources and make everybody happy. And also, I'm believing that I will give at least one resource to all the agents.
Given a graph, if I have to partition it into partition the vertices into n and give it to n agents, such that all I care about is connectivity. Every induced subgraph of everybody should be just bi-connected.
Yes.
Is like, let go of fairness. Is this problem itself, is it tractable in T or what?
I don't actually know, but I'll think and let you know.
Okay, because you are asking fairness on top of this. Oh, okay, yes. No.
Yeah. So, so this is my incomplete fair division, and I like to study it from the lens of parameterized complexity. And first session may have made you all expert in parameterized complexity. So I'm assuming all of you know what parameterized complexity is. You have problem instance I attached to a parameter k, and what you want is that your problem is solvable in some function of k into polynomial in I time. And what is intractable? It's W hard. And what I'm going to prove is that if I take all these parameters, my number of vertices I want to allocate, plus number of agents, plus vertex cover number of my input graph, still my problem remains W hard. And for EF, we even prove it, even for more restrictive cases, that my problem is W hard, even when I take my parameter P plus A for star graphs, which have vertex cover number equal to 1. And both of these agents have, also my number of agents is 2 here, and both of them have identical valuation for the whole graph. And for EF1 and EFX, for this particular setting, the problem became tractable. But the moment I go from vertex cover number 1 to vertex cover number 2, the problem again becomes intractable. So the reduction I do is from KM sum. What this problem is, you are given some n integers, which all of them lie in the range from 0 to m. And we are given a target sum, and the goal is to find a subset of vertices of size exactly k, which sums up to my targeted integer t. And we have to decide if such a k exists. And Abu, Louis, and Williams proved that this particular problem, when my m is of order n to the power 2k, is W1 complete, parameterized by k. And there exists a very simple reduction from this to NV free, which I'll present. I'll not present the other reductions. So what I do, I take these n integers and I make a star graph with n plus 2 vertices with n plus 1 leaves. And all of these n integers correspond to 1 leaf each. And there are 2 dummy vertices, D1 and D2. And number of my P is k plus 2. I want to assign exactly k vertices and 2 of these dummies. And my agents are 1 and 2. They are 2 agents. And both of them have identical valuation. For each VI, my valuation is exactly the integer AI. And for D1, I assign summation of all of them plus 1. And for D2, I assign summation of all of them plus T. And I guess it's very easy to see that if I want to do NV free and I want to assign K plus 2, one of these agents will need to be assigned D1. The moment I assign one of the agents D1, I need to assign the other agent D2. There is no other way. And the moment I assign the other agent D2, the rest of these vertices need to sum up to exactly T. So it was a very simple reduction. But when observe that for this particular case, if I want to do NV free up to 1 item or any item, I can simply assign one of the agents D2. And to the other agent, I assign D1 along with the minimum of, I sort them and I assign the value minimum k integers and check whether it is a valid solution or not. Because observe that the second agent will not be envious of the first agent because I remove D2. And there is only one way, like this is the best way. If it exists, it can be checked in polynomial time. But the moment I go from this star and I add this small graph of 3 vertices, this becomes W hard for both EF1 and EFX. And these are my valuation functions, which I will not go, like, if you want to see, you can see, but it gets a bit complicated here. And for proportional, it is surprisingly easy. It becomes FPT only by P. And well, it's not surprising actually, it's intuitive because in proportional, everybody cares only about their share. They do not worry about what other person is getting. And in these kind of techniques, if you are habituated with FPT algorithms, color coding works. And what I do, I randomly color all the vertices of the graph using number of agents, many colors. And I guess if there exists a solution, in one of these, there will exist a coloring where all of my vertices or my solution for agent I is coming from color class I. And this can be computed using dynamic programming, some standard techniques. And this probability part can be de-randomized using standard de-randomization techniques. So this was one part, these classical FPT results. Another important technique in FPT algorithms is kernelization. Kernelization is super productive, specifically in practical cases, because it reduces the instance of my problem. And then I can even apply some previous known FPT algorithms as well as even exponential algorithms. And kernelization says I have some problem instance ik. I want to reduce the size to I prime k prime in polynomial time, and such that the reduced instance should be, the size of my reduced instance should be upper bounded by some function of k. So my reduced instance is very small. Now any computable algorithm I apply now is g times f of k. I'm taking g times f of k plus my previous time, which I needed to create this new kernel. And this is still FPT. So there is a result that a problem is FPT if and only if it admits a kernel. So what we do, in the pool of this kernelization complexity, just like polynomial and FPT things, there is a notion of tractability, which says that there exists a polynomial kernel, and the notion of intractability, which says it's unlikely that this problem will admit a polynomial kernel. And what we prove is that all of these four problems, so we know that they were hard when we were considering P plus vertex cover number plus number of agents. We show that the moment we introduce a new parameter, which has been used previously as well, valuations. What is valuation? It is the number of valuations that are given to my items. So sometimes they can be even binary. For most cases, they are binary also, but they can be large or in any setting. So the number of valuations is a new parameter. And the moment I introduce this parameter, all of these four notions start admitting polynomial kernels. No, sorry, exponential kernels. And they do not admit polynomial kernel. We complement this result by proving that although they admit exponential kernels and hence are in the realm of FPT, but it's unlikely that they will have polynomial kernels unless polynomial hierarchy collapses. And the idea of exponential kernel is super easy. I take my vertex cover and I take the neighborhood classes. So let's say that all of these vertices in independent set are looking at this particular neighborhood, and all of them have the same valuation. Then observe that if they are more than P, these vertices I can delete these vertices because all of these vertices are equivalent and I can assign at most P of them. So I can delete these vertices, and this simple rule give me a kernel of size, because there are 2 to power t many neighborhood classes. If t is my size of vertex cover, one vertex can be of type at most valuation to the number of agents many types, and we say p vertices of each class. So this gives me a kernel size of 2 to the power t, like some FPT. And why it's incompressible? So there is a very well formulated notion of proving incompressibility, just like reductions. Here we need to do something called polynomial parameter transformation. It takes a problem instance ik of pi1 and generates an equivalent instance I prime k prime of pi2, such that during this transformation, my k prime should be polynomial in k. And if pi1 does not admit a polynomial compression, my pi2 does not admit a polynomial compression. And one problem that has been used, I guess, most number of times to prove incompressibility is Z blue dominating set. In this, we have a bipartite graph. One of these sides is n non-terminals, other side is terminals. N is colored in blue, T is colored in red, and I want to find a subset of vertices in N that covers everything in T. And you can see that these 3 vertices cover everything here, and it is known that red blue dominating set parameterized by size of terminals plus my solution size is unlikely to admit a polynomial kernel. And I'll show incompressibility. I'll reduce all of my 4 problems from red blue dominating set to my problems. And Easiest is incompressibility for proportional. I'll show only that. So we have N, we have T. I attach two vertices, dummy vertices, D1 and D2, and I connect D1 to all the vertices in N, and I connect D2 to all the vertices in N. So we can think of these two vertices in T only. We still have the bipartite graph. And I set the valuations in the following manner. For all the vertices in N, non-terminals, nobody wants them. They have the valuation 0. For all the vertices in my terminal set, everybody wants them with utility 1. For D1, the utility is T plus 1, which is size of T plus 1. And for D2, the utility is again 1, which is equivalent to everything in T. And I set my P, the number of vertices I need to assign, equal to K plus T plus size of terminal set plus 2. And observe that we have identical valuation. Both of them wants everything with equal things. The total size is T plus 1 plus 1 plus T plus 1 plus T plus 1, 2T plus 1. So if my total size is 2T plus 1, both of them agents wants equally. They need to be assigned exactly T plus 1 and T plus 1. So the only solution that exists is one of them gets D1 and the other agent gets D1 plus all of these vertices, and hence can get at most K of these vertices. And the only way to reach all these vertices is going through the vertices of N. And I can use at most K vertices to go there. So this needs to be a dominating set, a red-blue dominating set. So this completes my reduction. This is the idea for proportional. Others are a bit technical, so I'll skip them in the interest of time. So I'd like to come to the conclusion part. So I would like to define some of the future directions. So in what is happening is that in any free and all of the any free up to one item notion, I am maybe keep leaving out a lot of these vertices out. What we may desire that the agents don't not only envy each other, but they also envy the portion that is left out. For example, if the notion of charity has been studied very well in the concept of fair divisions, and all the agents can envy the charity part as well. So we want to keep the charity part as low as possible. Other thing is that can we have some better parameter than P? Observe that if I want to allocate as much items as possible, my P can be very high in many of the situations. And considering a parameter like P might be very expensive computationally, I may need some parameter which is better than P. And above guarantee doesn't work. So we need some more intelligent parameters because N minus N makes 0, and that case is quite difficult in itself. I mean that if I want to do above guarantee parameters for N, so even when I take P is equal to N, the problem is very complicated. N minus N is 0. That doesn't help, it doesn't help computationally. So we need to be more intelligent in my choice of parameters. Yes, and that case is quite complicated in itself computationally. Like connected fair division is very difficult computationally. Then we may want to relax or restrict the connectivity requirements in the sense that I may say that, okay, I do not want exactly one connected component for each agent. I may require that the number of these connected components are bounded. On the other hand, I may want to restrict my connectivity requirements. I do not like a very big path. I may need that my allocation is well connected, 2 connected, 3 connected. So in that sense, we can relax or restrict the connectivity requirements. Also, the final question is EF in the classical setting. Think like this problem generalizes the classical setting in the sense that you take a click and you do run your algorithm. It is exactly the classical fair division. In the classical setting, EF1 and EFX are significantly easier computationally than EF. Can we say but in all of our results and in all of the results that exist for connected fair division, when they need to allocate everything also, we have not been able to come up with some example where EF, examples exist, but we do not know computationally that, okay, for these parameters, EF1 and EFX are easier than EF. And it can be for what parameters they become easy. This can be another nice question. And Finally, thank you, and any comments and questions are welcome.
So even in the case when it's just a clique minus one edge, is EF1 guaranteed?
Clique minus one edge.
So I'm trying to find a characterization of graphs in which say EF1 is guaranteed.
Yes.
We know it's guaranteed in cliques,
Yes.
but suppose I just leave one edge. Is there a counterexample where there's no guaranteed EF1?
I have not thought about this, but you can, so there is only one edge that is missing. You can start allocating with that vertex. If my clique is more than twice the number of agents, next time I will get some other vertex and my portion will be connected, so it will be the same. For example, if my size of my graph is more than twice of the agents, so the first agent, you know this round robin policy, the first agent gets this vertex from where this edge is deleted. By the time everybody else has chosen their vertex, this will have a vertex which connects to the remaining part, and that will give me a connected component. So
Yeah, so
for
round
this,
robin probably doesn't work, but
round robin does work.
round robin does work.
Does work, given that my the thing that I said is contingent on the fact that number of agents are less than half of my overall graph.
So has a characterization been studied, right?
No, I don't know. This I just thought about it and told you. I do not know about this part. I do not know. The big question is, does it exist for paths? We do not know whether it exists for paths or not. And I guess there was a paper very recently that it exists for three people. It exists for two. It obviously exists. For three, it exists was a paper that EF1 or EFX exists. And the big open question is, does it exist for paths? Thank you.
Usually better.
Okay.
Okay, so the next talk is going to be by Aniket Murhekar, and he will talk about Nash equilibria of two-player matrix games repeated until collision, aka hand cricket.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Aniket, and this is joint work with Eklavya Sharma, who is also a PhD student at UIUC. So I'm going to talk about Nash equilibria of two-player games repeated until collision, also called as hand cricket. And that's how we started studying this problem. So hand cricket was quite a popular game when I was growing up here in India, and I believe it's a popular game played among Indian children. And just out of curiosity, I'd like to ask before I begin, how many of you know about hand cricket already? Okay, so that's great. A lot of you know about hand cricket, but for those who don't, hand cricket is a game played between two players. There's the batter and there's a bowler, and they play this game in rounds. So in each round, the players simultaneously play numbers from some small set, let's say 0, 1 to 6. So let's look at an example of a run of this game. So suppose in round 1, batter picks 2 and bowler picks 4. Then because these numbers are different, the game proceeds to the next round. In this round, the batter gets a score of 2 and the bowler gets a cost of 2. Okay. In the next round, suppose the batter picks 5 and the bowler picks 3. Again, because these two numbers are different, the game will proceed to the next round. What happens in this round is that the batter gets a score of 5 and the bowler gets a cost of 5. And the score of 5 gets added to what the batter had scored previously. So in the last round, suppose the batter and bowler pick the same number, which is 3 in this case, then the batter is considered dismissed and the game stops here. Nobody gets a score or a cost in this round. So what happens in this run is that the batter's total score is 2 plus 5 plus 7. It's the sum of the scores in all the rounds. And the bowler's total cost is 7. Okay. So I hope the game is clear to everyone. But we notice that this game is a simple example of a much more general class of games, which are these two-player games, two-player biometrics games, which are repeated until some event called a collision forces the game to stop. So in a two-player repeated until collision games, which we call RUC games, there are two players. There's a max player and a min player, and these games are parameterized by matrices A and B, which are n by n matrices. The game has multiple rounds, and in each round, both players pick a number from 1 to n. In a round, suppose the max player picks I, min player picks j, then the max player gets a score of aij, and the min player incurs a cost of dij. And if I is equal to j, then a collision happens and the game ends. Otherwise, it proceeds to the next round. So in hand cricket, we had these matrices where aij is equal to I if I is not equal to j, and 0 if they're equal. So what can happen in RUC games, right? What is our goal? If a batter or a bowler plays deterministically, then it's very easy for the game to end very quickly. So players ideally would want to randomize, play with some randomization. And then the goal becomes for the max player to maximize the expected value of her total score, and for the min player to minimize the expected value of her total cost. So, and when A is equal to B, we call it a zero-sum RUC. Okay. So, although our motivation for studying these games came out of hand cricket, we noticed that there is a large literature on two-player games, repeated games. And in particular, there's a connection to these things called pursuit evasion games. So here is an example of a pursuit evasion games. So it's a game between a drug dealer and a law enforcement. And suppose the dealer selects a location each day to sell some drugs, and the law enforcement selects a location to conduct some random drug checks. Now, if both pick the same location, the game ends because the drug dealer is caught, and otherwise the drug dealer gets some revenue. And if the drug dealer is not caught, the law enforcement and society bear some burden, right? Okay, that's all about motivation. Let's now look at analyzing RUC games. So intuitively, how would one win at an RUC game, right? So the max player would want the game to last long, while the min player wants the game to end soon. So let's imagine that we are the max player, and let's see how the max player should play. So one idea to do is to pick all actions equally frequently, like you sample the strategy uniformly at random. And what this will do is it maximizes the time until the bowler can get you out. So this is maybe one way to play the game. Another thing to try is maybe we pick high scoring actions more frequently, because that will maximize our score. But then you notice that the max player can't use this idea too very aggressively, because, and I'm sure those of you who have played this would have noticed this, is that if you keep playing high scores, you tend to get out, right? I mean, the bowler can figure this out and you get out. The min player can cause a collision soon. So the max player must strike a balance between idea 1 and idea 2. So how do we study this strategic behavior? We look at the standard concept of Nash equilibrium from game theory. So let me talk about Nash equilibria in two-player single round games. So here we have two players, max player and min player. X and Y denote their strategy spaces. So both players simultaneously pick some strategies X and Y, and max player gets a score denoted by F1 of X comma Y, and min player incurs a cost denoted by F2 of X comma Y. And these are functions mapping the product of the strategy spaces to some real numbers. So what is the definition of a Nash equilibrium? So we say that a pair of strategies X star and Y star is a Nash equilibrium if no player can improve their payoff by deviating unilaterally. So what this means is that X star and Y star is a Nash equilibrium if both of these conditions hold. And what these conditions say is that for the max player, if F1 of X star Y star is the score that she is getting by playing strategy X star, if she changes her strategy to X, then her score will not improve. It can only go down. So she has no incentive to deviate. Likewise, for the min player, if F2 of X star Y star is his score when he's playing Y star, if he deviates to a strategy Y, then his cost, the total cost that he's incurring, can only go up. So he also has no incentive to deviate. So this defines a Nash equilibrium X star Y star. What do we know about Nash equilibrium? This is the celebrated result of Nash, who showed that for a bimatrix game A comma B, which denote the payoff matrices of A and B, a Nash equilibrium always exists, and Nash equilibria exists. Moreover, the payoffs when the strategy of the max player and min player are X and Y, which come from this N simplex, have this nice bilinear form. So let me just explain this a little bit more. So if the strategy space is the set of all probability vectors, n-dimensional probability vectors, so denoted by the N simplex, and if X and Y come from are such probability vectors, then the expected payoff to the max player is X transpose AY, and the expected payoff to the min player is X transpose BY. And Nash showed that a Nash equilibrium always exists. So what we looked at was Nash equilibria for RUC games, and notice that we can't directly apply Nash's result because, well, first of all, we don't know what the strategy space looks like. Secondly, it's not a one-shot game like a two-player bimatrix game that Nash considered. It's a repeated game, and it's a repeated game that ends until when certain collisions happen. Okay, so what we show is that under reasonable assumptions on the payoff matrices, a Nash equilibria always exists for RUC games. And we also showed that the Nash equilibrium is almost unique, and almost is some technical condition which I'll talk about at the end. So these are good results to know if you care about hand cricket and if you believe Nash equilibrium is how people play games. So to start with, I'm going to talk about stationary RUC games. These are games which are a simpler class of RUC games. But before I begin, I'd like to ask if there are any questions about the model and the results. All right, okay. So what is a stationary RUC game? In a stationary RUC game, players play stationary strategies. What this means is that the strategy that I play in one round is some probability vector X, and that probability vector is what I use to play in every round. So if X is a probability vector, then the stationary strategy X is to, in each round, pick an action I with probability Xi. And in every round, you pick this action independently of what you played earlier or what you'll play in the future. So in an RUC game, suppose we force players to only play stationary strategies. Then we get what is called a stationary RUC. So it's a simpler class of games, and one can begin by asking the question, do SRUC games admit Nash equilibrium? So let's look at what the payoff looks like in SRUC games. So suppose max and min player plays strategies X and Y, and let F1 of XY be the max player's expected total score. So because players are playing stationary strategies, the game has a very nice structure. So it's a recursive memoryless structure. So if there is no collision in the first round, which means that if the batter is not out on the first ball, the remaining game is identical to the initial game. So what this allows us to do is that we can compute this expected score of the batter by conditioning on the player's actions in the first round. So if F1 of XY is the expected score, we look at all possible strategies of the max player I and the min player J. This happens with probability Xi times Yj. When this happens, the batter gets a score of Aij. And if the batter is not out, then the rest of the game has expected value F1. Okay. So this simple algebra allows us to write the expected total score in a very nice form. Similarly, you can compute the expected cost of the bowler. So in some sense, you can treat SRUC games as single round games, with these payoff functions. But Nash's theorem does not apply because the form of the payoffs are not bilinear. So we need another way to prove that Nash equilibrium exists. Yes. It's like X transpose AY. We have this thing in the denominator. So we need another way to prove that Nash equilibrium exists, and there's many things that you can do, but what we ended up with was a very nice, neat way of proving this, and it involves some ideas from matrix theory. So suppose A has an eigenpair lambda A y star such that y star is a probability vector. So what this means is that all its entries are non-negative and they sum to 1. And an eigenpair simply means that A times y star is equal to lambda A times y star. So similarly, we look at the left eigenvector of B transpose, and let's say that's lambda B x star. So if you notice that if such eigenpairs exist where the eigenvectors are actually probability vectors, then the expected score of the batter does not actually depend on what the batter is playing. Okay. So F1 of x comma y star is x transpose A y star over x transpose y star. A times y star is simply lambda A y star because it's an eigenpair. And then these things cancel out, provided they're non-zero and whatever. And then the expected payoff is just lambda A. Right? So the batter has actually no incentive to make any distinction among the strategies that he or she has. Likewise for the bowler. So if we have such eigenpairs, then x star y star is a Nash equilibrium. But do they have eigenvectors? Do they have such nice eigenvectors? Well, maybe we don't know yet. But before I tell you, let me look at an example with n is equal to 2, and let's say this is the payoff matrix. So S1 and S2 are the payoffs if the max player plays 1 and the min player plays 2 and vice versa. So you can do this computation and you have this nice looking expression for the Nash equilibrium strategies. Let's look at a extreme example where S1 is 1 and S2 is 10 to the 4. Then we get that this is the max player strategy and this is the min player strategy. So here all the weight is essentially of the min player strategy is essentially on the second strategy. So why is this the case? This is because the min player notices that S2 is huge, it's 10 to the 4. So if the max player gets to play the second strategy, then she would get a huge score and the min player would suffer. So the min player puts all their weight on the second strategy. Consequently, the max player doesn't want to get out, so he puts his weight on the first strategy. So that's how this looks. So now, if we had such nice eigenpairs which are probability vectors, that's great. We know that we can find Nash equilibrium. So all we need to do is find out when such things exist. And the Perron-Frobenius theorem has an answer for us. So for a matrix C, you consider this associated graph where the vertex set is the set of strategies 1 through n, and you put an edge between two vertices if the corresponding entry in the matrix is positive. Now, you call the matrix C irreducible if the corresponding graph is strongly connected. And if the matrix has positive non-diagonal entries, then it is irreducible. But what Perron and Frobenius and possibly others also showed that if C is irreducible, then C and C transpose have an eigenvector which is a probability vector. So because of this, the SRUC game A comma B has a Nash equilibrium if A and B are irreducible. So at least when the payoff matrices are irreducible, we know that a Nash equilibrium exists. Okay. And there are some subtleties that we need to take care of, like in this form, what happens if X transpose Y is 0? Basically, what happens if the batter and the bowler put their support on different strategies? And in this case, if the max player plays X and the min player plays Y, and if X transpose Y is 0, then the game essentially never ends because they keep playing different things, right? And then you have things like the batter can get an infinite score, the bowler can get a 0 score, and we can actually do a small case analysis and eliminate these cases. So here are our main results. I showed you that SRUC games admit a Nash equilibrium when the matrices are irreducible. But actually, we don't need irreducibility. We showed that Nash equilibrium exists for any SRUC game, including reducible matrices. And how we do this is we look at the SCC decompositions of the corresponding graphs of these matrices. SCC decomposition is the strongly connected composition decomposition of a graph. And each SCC is by definition irreducible. So we can apply the Perron-Frobenius theorem to find the corresponding eigenvectors corresponding to these individual blocks in the SCC graph. And we have some complicated way of combining these eigenvectors to construct a Nash equilibrium. So what this shows is that Nash equilibrium exists for all stationary RUC games. What about uniqueness? We show that if A and B are irreducible, then the Nash equilibrium is unique if and only if the graph of A is subset of graph of B. Basically, what this means is that if graph of A is not a subset of graph of B, then the batter can keep playing one strategy, and the bowler can keep playing a strategy which gives her a payoff of 0. So this is not exactly the same thing as in hand cricket, but it can happen that the batter gets an infinite score, which is his highest possible score, and the bowler gets a cost of 0, which is his lowest possible score. So such things require this technical condition. But essentially what we show is that if A and B are irreducible, the Nash equilibrium is unique. And if one of them is not reducible, then you can have multiple Nash equilibria. It need not be. So those are our results for SRUC games. And it's an open problem if A or B have negative entries, do Nash equilibria exist? Okay, so now I'm going to briefly talk about general RUC games. Any questions so far? Yes. Yeah, but we can adapt it for 0 as well.
No, like non-negative entries.
Yes, I understand. Okay. We can adapt it to when there are 0 entries. When there are 0 entries which are off diagonal, you can end up in situations where basically on this slide, you can end up in situations like this, like the game never ends, or there is a trivial answer.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Nash equilibria for RUC games, where I don't restrict the players to play the same stationary strategy in every round. So remember that we reformulated SRUC games as single round games by defining the strategy spaces appropriately and the payoff functions appropriately. So can we do the same kind of formulation for RUC games? So the first thing to note is that the strategy space in RUC game is complicated, because the strategy or the kind of action you do on the ith round of the game can depend on what people have played so far, right? So let's look at what a deterministic strategy should look like. So a deterministic strategy G, we model it as a function where in the kth round the player picks action G of J, where J is the list of actions played by the opponent in the first k-1 rounds. So is it clear the way that we are modeling a deterministic strategy? It's a function that depends on what the opponent has played in the past so many rounds. So you notice that in this thing we did not include what the player had themselves played, right? That's because we can retrieve the player's past actions by applying it on the prefix, because we are looking at deterministic strategies. So it's enough to just look at the strategy as a function of what the opponent had played. It is the same as a pure strategy. So now let's look at what G. We'll look at randomized strategies, but notice that G's domain here is the set of all finite lists over 1 through n, right? So it's the number of deterministic strategies itself is uncountable. So and then the randomized strategies then become random variables which are supported over deterministic strategies, which itself is an uncountable set. So I mean, we need to now think about things like probability spaces and things like that to make sure whatever math we are doing is sound. But to give you another idea of the complications that can arise is how do we define payoff functions F1 and F2, right? So if max and min players play strategies G1 and G2, let S1 of R G1 G2 be the max players total payoff in the first R rounds. So this can be a random variable. And you can define F1 of R, G1, G2 to be the expected payoff in the first R rounds. And then the total expected payoff F1, G1, G2 in the entire game can be taken as the limit as R goes to infinity of this expectation. So we can define F2 similarly. So, but we don't even know why this limit should exist actually. So we can show that if A and B are non-negative by the monotone convergence theorem, which says that if you have an increasing sequence which is upper bounded, then this limit exists. So we do show that between round R and R+1, the payoff is improving and the payoff is always bounded. So these limits are well defined, but only if A and B are non-negative. So what we showed is that Nash equilibrium exists even in RUC games. So if A and B are irreducible, the SRUC game AB has a Nash equilibrium X star comma Y star, which comes from the Perron-Frobenius theorem, right? Which are basically eigenvectors of A and B. So it turns out that X star Y star is also a Nash equilibrium for the RUC game. Yes. It's just, I'm just defining this as how much payoff you get in the first R. Yes.
This value remains the same. This value of F1 R G1 G2. So if at round R a collision happens, then F1 R G1 G2 remains same for all successive rounds. Is that what you assume? Or?
I mean, it's defined only for R rounds, right? So in first R rounds, like suppose you play the game only until R rounds, at most R rounds. So if there is no collision until R rounds, yeah, you're right. So if the game has not ended until the Rth round, then the value remains. Okay, so let me just explain the difference between the result for SRUC and RUC games. In an SRUC games Nash equilibrium, no player gains by deviating to another stationary strategy. In an RUC game, players are allowed to deviate to non-stationary strategies, but we show that our result shows that deviation doesn't help. And it's an open problem if A or B are reducible, does a Nash equilibrium. Okay, so our existence result for the case of general RUC games only applies for irreducible meters. Okay. And to next talk about uniqueness, because we spoke about existence, we have to define this technical thing called equivalence of strategies, which basically says that two strategies G1 and G2 are equivalent if there's no observable difference between G1 and G2. And all I want to say here is that you only look at the outcomes that are obtained by playing these strategies G1 and G2. And if a third party observer is not able to distinguish G1 and G2 based on the outcomes, then we call them equivalent. And what we show is that if A and B are the same, which means it's a zero-sum game, and A is irreducible, then the RUC game has a unique strategy up to equivalence. And honestly, the equivalence thing is just an ugly technical condition. Essentially, this says that things are unique, but only for zero-sum and irreducible games. So it's an open problem if Nash equilibrium is unique up to equivalence if A and B are different. Okay, we also briefly looked at algorithms to compute these Nash equilibria, and we can approximately compute Perron-Frobenius eigenvectors. So we actually show that approximate eigenvectors lead to approximate Nash equilibria. In an approximate Nash equilibria, you have no incentive to deviate by more than epsilon. And there are other variants. Results extend to the setting where the game ends on the wth collision instead of the first. So it's like in hand cricket, you have, if you're playing in a team, you have 10 players. So you can consider the game ending after the wth wicket. So it's we also didn't really look at more general collision conditions. We only looked at the collision condition where I is equal to J. There's a generalization where maybe a submatrix or a larger subset of strategies can be considered as collisions. And multiple max players and min players is another direction to look at. That's all I had to talk about. Thank you. And I want to thank Eklavya for sharing his slides. Originally, he was supposed to come give this talk, but unfortunately, he fell sick 2 days back, so he couldn't come here. I want to thank him for his slides. Yes. Depends on how many strategies there are, but yeah, I'll tell you what it is for 2 players. I had this here. So for 2 strategies, when it's just these 2 strategies, take this matrix and figure it out. Otherwise, just yeah, you'll have to do the Perron-Frobenius competition.
Is there a characterization of the, like, given a strategy which the player B is following, is there a characterization of the best response from player A?
Yeah, that's something we tried, and you can actually, I mean, in general, you can look at the KKT conditions of this function. Like, I mean, you can maximize this condition, but I don't know of it off the top of my head. The reason that we went this way is because we just found this much more neater, simpler.
So maybe we can apply some kind of gradient descent to get to the.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Test. Sound good for you? Do, do you hear while I'm speaking the microphone?
Yeah,
Thank you.
So hi everyone, welcome to this second invited talk of FSTTCS. So first I'm Patricia Bouillet, the PC chair of track B of FSTTCS. I'm very pleased to introduce Thomas Briet for this invited talk. So Thomas is, I know him quite well now, it's maybe 20 years that we met first time. And so Thomas is a professor at University of Mons in Belgium, so a small country in Europe. So he has worked on a quite wide range of topics, starting with O-minimal systems. The first time I met you, you were speaking about O-minimal hybrid systems. And then on games, time games. And then stochastic systems, maybe not in the right order, I don't know. And then he's now working mostly on, maybe not mostly, but on game theory applied to verification, game theory applied to economics, to networks. So he likes a lot game theory, and he likes, I think, applying it to many other fields. And you have a starting collaboration with a psychologue on cognitive science. So you want to study addiction to the gambling games. And this is sponsored by the Belgian government, so the Loterie Nationale for those who know. So please, you can start, Thomas. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patricia, for the introduction. So first, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the honor to give this talk. And after the pleasure of receiving the invitation, I get a bit puzzled of what should I do during this invited talk? And I face these three challenges. The first challenge is that, and I will try to go through these three challenges, was I remember when I was a PhD, it's a long time ago, as Patricia told us, and I was to a big conference and going to an invited talk and understanding stuff only during 2 minutes. So my first challenge was to make the talk hopefully understandable for students during the whole talk. My second challenge was also for my colleague. I don't want them to get bored during the whole talk. So I would like to explain stuff that could probably they know, but from a point of view, maybe they didn't have investigated years. And the third, and maybe the most difficult challenges for me, was to prepare a talk that I could understand myself. And that's why I was wondering, and when I look at my publication list, there was a common point to many of the paper that was reachability. Reachability looks, I mean, very common, very simple. I think it's you all convinced that you've met it in very different parts of the computer science. And that's why I decided to go through this topic. And to be sure to be able to say interesting stuff, I asked 3 colleagues to help me preparing the talk and the paper, which is in the proceedings. And this is a joint work with Aline Goumin, James Main, and Michael Randour. So let's start with the outline and with a toy example. So I start with what I call a UK train journey. So why did I choose not Belgium? Because Belgium is so small. So it wouldn't be challenging to go from one point to other to Belgium because you could do everything within a day. And I didn't know India well enough and the train in India to take India as an example. That's why I focus on UK. And imagine I live in Penzance, it's very southwest in England, and I want to visit Cambridge. Okay, and this is a train map. And you see there is no direct train. You need to go through London. And you know that this is a quite simple connectivity problem in graph theory, and this can be solvable in P. So I just make a small difference with the invited talk of this morning. Is here I won't be really facing real bias and stuff like that. I'm working in the mathematical unbiased world, okay? But many things that I will explain could have linked with this morning talk. Okay, so now imagine I would like to visit both Cambridge and Oxford, and if you try, you can use Google Maps to check. In fact, it's not that easy to go from Cambridge to Oxford. So we make the assumption that there is no direct train Penzance-Oxford and no direct train Oxford-Cambridge. And this is the model as a graph. So you can notice in the, I phrase that as a graph theorist, there is no simple path going from Penzance and visiting both Oxford and Cambridge. And I will come with my very first input, I would say. If my goal from Penzance is to go visiting both Oxford and Cambridge, I need memory. I need to remember that once I've been in London, visited Oxford, and I'm back to London, I have to remember that I have visited Oxford to know that now I would like to go to Cambridge. And this is called generalized reachability problem. And it is, and we'll see after this, is more complicated. It is not in P anymore, it's become NP complete. And that's, two ways to see reachabilities. We have simple reachability, generalized reachability, but now imagine you want to visit Cambridge infinitely often because it's a really nice city. It comes to repeated reachability or Bookie. You could like to visit both Oxford and Cambridge infinitely often. It's called generalized repeated reachability or generalized Bookie. Then you would like also to have quantity on your edges that could measure the distance or the times to go from one city to another. And then natural question is shortest path problem. Those are all the version of the reachability problem I will consider. That's, I would say, one dimension of the stuff I would like to discuss with you during this talk. And I will now try to go through another dimension I would like to discuss with you, is that you can have different way to see the world, different way to see how would happen stuff that you haven't control of. The first way to do it, and that's what we've done since I've started the talk, is you have an optimistic view. What is the optimistic view is that everything that you don't control will go right. That's why we have the graph problem. The other point of view is the pessimistic view. Everything that you cannot control will go wrong. Okay? Then I will discuss a third point of view, what I've called the rational way of seeing the world, is that you imagine that the decision you are not taking, they are taken by, this economic model of Homo economicus, that's whole goal is to optimize his own objective in a selfish manner. Okay, and so you imagine in this model that every decision is made rationally by Homo economicus. And the last situation is that you say you have a stochastic vision of the world, and in the stochastic vision of the world, it's just randomization that are making decisions. And so what's the goal of the talk is to illustrate how this different vision of the world, depending of the different kind of the reachability problem we will investigate, can impact the strategy we'll need to satisfy the objective. Okay. My two mottos during the talk, my two obsessions will be memory and complexity. So I will be a bit more obsessed about memory, you'll see. But before going through that, I will just want that we are clear together on what I call memory and what I call complexity, even if I believe that you already know most of the stuff. Okay, so let's start with memory. So first, what the object I'm going to handle, I will discuss graph, finite directed graph with this notation V for the vectors and E for the edges. What I will call a weighted graph is just a graph together with a function that put weights on the edges, and I allow both positive and negative weights. Then what I will call an arena is an arena in an n-player games. It's just a graph where I give a partition of the nodes by the players. And what I call the weighted arena is just an arena together with the same weighted function I give you for weighted graph. Now that the framework is clear, I need also to explain what is a strategy. for a given player in a given arena. It's just a function that's taking the all for player I. It's a function that is looking through all the past and finishing in a vertex of player I and giving the next move. Sorry? The definition of an arena is just a graph, a finite graph, and you put a partition on the nodes. You say this node is player 1, this node is player 2, and so on. Is it clear? I didn't say it explicitly, but as soon as something is unclear, please do interrupt me. Thank you. Okay, so from now, and it will change later, we'll focus on pure strategy, no randomization for the moment. And we can distinguish two subclasses of strategy: the memoryless strategy, if there is no memory, and so the strategy is just a function from the state of player I to the state, and it's finite memory when it can be encoded via a finite machine. Here it will be a Mealy machine, and I will give an example of that just now. Okay, and what we would like to do is to study the size of the memory, and in the context of this talk, the size of the memory is the size of the machine encoding the strategy, and also, and it's with a bit more philosophical question, what is the role of the memory? What is the memory used for? So, if I come back to my first simple example where I would like to visit both Cambridge and Oxford, it says, sorry, first just visiting Cambridge, it is the classical reachability problem or connectivity in a graph. And we know that for this problem, memoryless strategy is sufficient. If we come to the one where I would like to visit both Oxford and Cambridge, memoryless strategy are not sufficient, but finite memory is sufficient. And here, for this precise example, it's how we could encode the memory. We could say it's called the Mealy machine. We could say each state of the Mealy machine has a memoryless strategy. And so in the red state, I say I want to go to Oxford. In the blue state, I want to go to Cambridge. And in both states, I take this transition. And the idea is once I visited Oxford, I detect I visited Oxford, I switch from my strategy, I want to go to Oxford, to my other memoryless strategy, I want to go to Cambridge. Okay? And the size of this precise memory is 2. If we take in the general reachability problem, which is we are given a graph, we are giving an initial vertex, and we are given k targets, and we want to visit all of them. And the question is there a strategy from V0 visiting all the target? We can see that what I call sequential memory is sufficient. And the size of the memory is k being the number of targets I would like to visit. And what is the goal? What is the role of this memory? Is in some sense to provide an order in which I will visit my targets. So in the previous example I gave, I could have chosen Oxford, Cambridge, or Cambridge, Oxford, but you can easily imagine if one of both cities was a deadlock, that the order could be imposed by the problem. Okay. Is there any question regarding the concept of memory? Okay, now I will turn to complexity, which I think is really familiar to all of you. And if I come back to the classical reachability problem that I told you it's in P, it's in fact NL complete, and apparently it has been one of the very first.
Why do we say that if there is only one city to be visited, why do we say that it's memoryless? I didn't understand.
Here, when there is only one city being visited, you know that if there is a path from one vertex to another, that it's a simple path doing so. You agree with that?
Yeah.
Since there is a simple path, this simple path, you can see it as a strategy. Just saying from one node to the other, I need to point out to the successor of the node in the path, and this encodes the memoryless strategy.
Okay, so this memory is not the general concept of the space in Turing machines. That's not.
No, what I call memory here is really the size of the Mealy machine, which encode the memory as I gave in this example.
Okay.
Is it more clear?
Sure.
I didn't understand sequential memory or what we do with it.
So,
is it that we put an order on the objectives
yes,
and then we
exactly. It's, you see, the fact of putting an order on the objective is just really related to the problem I'm discussing. Sequential memory is a word of vocabulary we give to characterize that. It's really that the structure of the Mealy machine is just, I go from state M1 to M2, M2 to M3. Never I go back. It's just providing a total order on the,
okay.
on the
And the
target.
reason why I mentioned this is because it saves me some space, or
Sorry?
does it save me some space, or does it make me like express the memory restrictions in terms of the number of reachability objectives, or why do I mention sequential memory? What does it gain me?
What's the purpose of the terminology? Is that your question? It's just, I hope it will become clearer to the comparison with the other kind of memory. But to try to answer roughly speaking, what you need to do is to give the order, but ordering memory was not nice, or to give the sequence of the target in the order you will visit them. Does it make sense?
Okay, I think I will understand.
Self-loop on M2 with a negation of 1. What is
it's just really related to the syntax and semantic of Mealy machine, because they run in parallel. And although you are not visited the transition that tell you, no, I switch my mode of memory, you need to stay in this state of that. So coming back to my first example, let's say that until I have not taken this transition that ensure me that Oxford has been visited, I'm staying in the mode I have to visit Oxford. Is it clearer? Any other question? Okay, thank you. So coming back to complexity, so I come back to the classical reachability problem. And I've already mentioned that this can be solved in P, and in fact, it is NL complete. And from what I read, it could have been the very first problem that has been proved NL complete, the connectivity in graph. When the way I understand complexity has really been improved by the help of Nicolas Marquet, who told me that each time you see a complexity class, you can think to a problem that is complete for this class. So if you seek to NP complete problem, I think the typical problem you have with man is the SAT problem. So you are given a Boolean formula in a conjunctive normal form, and you are wondering whether this formula is satisfiable or not. I think since Cook-Levin proved it, everyone is aware that this is an NP complete problem. And what I would like to do now is to relate this well-known SAT problem to reachability. I would guess that the first attempt to do it is to do it through what I call simple reachability, just by drawing the tree of all the possible value of the variables, and the satisfiability problem of the formula psi is equivalent in reachability of a true node in this tree. This is, I think, obvious. And what is also obvious is that the tree has an exponential size regarding the size of the formula. I would say a more elegant or more compact way of relating the SAT problem with reachability is to use generalized reachability. And here, the graph we are considering as a size which is linear in the size of the formula. For each variables, you put a copy of x1 negation of x1, x2 negation on x2, and so on. And what are the sets you would like to visit? There are all the clauses. So x1 or x2 is here, negation x1, negation x2 is here. And so the satisfiability problem is equivalent to the generalized reachability problem in this given graph. And this gives you a proof that what I've told you before, that the generalized reachability is NP complete. And this has been studied in this setting and another setting we'll discuss later in this very nice paper by Florian Horn and Nathanael Fijalkov they call the surprising complexity of generalized reachability. If I take, okay, no, I hope now that what I mean by memory is clear, what I mean by complexity is clear, and in the rest of the talk, my goal is just to focus on specific variant of the reachability problem for different vision of the world to exemplify what I've found to be either fun of interesting phenomena, but my goal is not to be exhaustive in all the cases. And sometimes I will prefer to speak about memory, other kind about complexity. So we'll first start with the pessimistic version of the world, which is formally described via zero-sum game. So I first need to few words of vocabulary. So I'm given an arena, what is called a play. It's just a path in the arena. Now I need to explain you what is a play according to a strategy. So you imagine I'm given a play. I'm giving you a strategy play by player I. And what do we mean when we say that this play is played according to this strategy? Is whenever in the play you have that is player I's turn, the next vertex in the play is the one that is prescribed by the strategy. Okay, and once we have fixed a strategy for all of the player of the game, it just sorry, we have fixed a strategy for all the player of the game, and we have fixed an initial vertex. It's prescribed a unique play starting from V0 and which is played by according to all the strategy, and we denote this play that way. Okay. Now, if I look at reachability, no more as a connectivity problem on a graph, but as a zero-sum game, and imagine we are in England and there is a strike day. So you would like to go from Oxford to Cambridge, and you're not in control of the strike. That means that's why I put a square here. That means as it's a strike day, maybe you go to the station, but there is no train. You have to go back home. Once you have reached London, you can be stuck in London. And you have the other option to say, okay, I decide to go and take my car. If you take your car, you have the control. I mean, it's not completely true. You could have traffic jam, but in this example, made this assumption. And there you're sure that you will go to Cambridge. So the reachability zero-sum game, you are given a two-player arena. Sorry.
So sorry if I've missed this, but if a play is sort of a sequence of vertices in our, like a path in our graph.
But maybe isn't your question answered by this definition I didn't give yet?
Perhaps. I think it was unclear to me how we were switching between strategies, but if
how we
switch between the players, but yeah, maybe this is, I'm jumping ahead.
Let me give this definition. If it's unclear, after that, come back to me, okay? So what's a reachability game objective? So we are given a two-player arena, an initial vertex and a target having in mind for player one. And what's the question we are interested in? Is there a strategy for player one such that for all the strategy of player two, when we are considering this stuff, which is the unique play, which is play according to both strategies starting from V0, this one visit the target.
So is this saying that starting at V naught, we just try both strategies and see if they both work?
No,
Or-
it's related to the quantifier. You need to find one strategy of player one that is working for all the strategy of player two. So in my example here, it's a bit cheating because once I've chosen this, player two has no strategy. But if you imagine I say I'll try the train. If my opponent decided to bring me to Cambridge, I'm happy, but my opponent has the possibility to go to London and tend to be stuck there. So there exists a strategy of my opponent showing that if I choose this strategy, I cannot ensure to visit Cambridge. Is it clearer?
I see. Yeah, that helped. Thanks.
Any other question? Okay. So one can prove that in this setting, memoryless strategy are sufficient, and those games can be solved in P, and they are in fact P complete. So we are in the zero sum of settings, or it's two players all the time. We'll go to further player when we go to the non-zero sum.
There are no weights on the graph. The weights are relevant.
At this stage, we didn't discuss weight yet, but it will come at some point. So summary so far, if we do classical reachability, either optimistic or pessimistic, it's memoryless. Generalized as linear memory. And here the summary for complexity. So what's the point we haven't discussed yet in the closed setting we are looking is generalized reachability in the zero-sum game, okay? And it will be very more difficult in the both direction. And for that, to exemplify that, I will use another typical problem for complexity theory, which is the QBF problem. So it's just a quantified version of SAT. So you are given a CNF formula, but instead of putting only existential quantifier, you put, as you want, existential and universal quantifier in the order you want. It is well known that QBF is P-space complete, and the idea I give you to show that we can see the SAT problem as a generalized reachability game would exactly allow you to show that the QBF problem can be encoded into a generalized reachability two-player zero-sum game that show you that this generalized reachability zero-sum game is P-space complete. And that's from the size of the complexity. If we take the side now of the memory, how bad could it be? So imagine we have this quite simple formula. We have a block of for all variables, then a block of exist variables. And in the first, you get y or z. And in the second, we have negation y or negation z. If you prefer to look at the graph, you need to match. You have those colors, and you want to visit all the colors. What do you need to know to win this game? Each time here, the square, it's your opponent, and you are the circle. Each time he has gone up, you need to go down, and vice versa. So what's the size of your memory? For this example, you need an exponential size memory. And that's what we call the branching memory. So coming back to what we facing sequential with, because here it's not sufficient to know a sequence of the order of the target you want to visit. You need to visit the subset, and you need to react to all the action of your opponents in order to be sure at the end that everything will be visited. And the idea is that the memory is in fact always, the structure of the memory is always encoded in the lattice of all the subset of your targets. Okay. What could, the first time I've seen this example, I was a bit puzzled because this formula is an example where we need an exponential memory, but it's a QBF formula where clauses have only two literals. So we know that this could in fact be solved in linear time. And so I'd like to do a small parenthesis about that I call the power of SCC. In fact, when you look into two QBFs, so QBFs with two literals, there is a very nice algorithm that I just provide here on an example to solve QBF in linear time. You made a graph that is, from the vertex point of view, look like the one I gave you, but not regarding the transition. And you put for each clause U or V, you add the edges negation UV and negation VU. I did it for the whole example. And there is a very nice paper by Targent and co-author. We say that the formula phi is false if and only if one of the following is true. Either an existential variable is in the same SCC as its negation, a universal variable is in the same SCC as an existential variable quantified before, and there is a path between two universal vertices. It took some time, and I wouldn't do it now, to prove that this is correct, but thanks to Robert Targent, we know that this can be done in linear time. And what is shown as a byproduct of the example that I show you is that your opponent always have a simple strategy. So you see in my example, to ensure reachability, you need exponential memory, but your opponent always have a small strategy. Okay. And since I glimpsed into the SCC, I will continue that direction by looking at repeated reachability. So it's our summary so far. We have now understood classical reachability, optimistic, pessimistic, and general reachability, both from the memory point of view and the complexity point of view. And now I'm wondering what would happen. Yes? I will.
You showed a quantified Boolean formula earlier, right? For all yi, there exists zi. Could you just go back? Yeah, so this one more slide back, I think. Yeah, this one. If you choose zi, if you choose each zi as a negation of yi, doesn't that become isn't the formula satisfied? So isn't phi always satisfiable?
Yeah, it's always, this formula is always satisfiable.
So, but later on, you gave a condition where it's unsatisfiable, right? So
No. This is a completely general theorem saying if you take any QBF formula with two literal, this is an equivalent characterization of when is the formula not satisfied. And what I wanted to point out is that even in this setting, you could need an exponential memory. Does it more sense to you? And so now what I'm wondering is what happened when I turn to repeated reachability. And if you take classical Bushi, not generalized one, it happens, I would say, as expected, is more or less the same than reachability. But if you go to generalized Bushi, it's in fact simpler than generalized reachability. That could be also some kind of surprising. And I will try it in the next slide to give you a kind of idea of why is that simpler, and it's related to SCC. We focus on the optimistic stuff. That means I'm a graph and I would like to visit a sequences of state infinitely often. And in fact, this is equivalent in finding one SCC whose intersection is non-empty with each of the TI. And this, again, thanks to Robert Targent algorithm, can be done in linear time. There is another way to do that I will give you because it will be helpful for the two-player case. This argument is not working in the two-player case. Is that given a generalized Bushi objective, you can transform it into a classical Buki objective. What's the idea? If you take your graph, you duplicate it the number of times of the targets, and then from T1, you go to the second copy. From T2, you go to the third copy. And from the former T3, you go back to the first copy. And you can prove that this generalized Bushi on this version is equivalent to visiting T infinitely often. And this argument, it can also go true when you're looking at the two-player framework. And what is important, what is the key hidden in that, is that in the reachability, we discussed before that the order the target you will visit, it could be important. But here, anytime the problem will be satisfied, you could always say, I first visit T1, then T2, then T3, and T4, and so on. Okay. Now, I think it was you about the weights. I will now discuss what happens when we add weights. In fact, I will make a difference between if I have non-negative weights or general weights. And if we add non-negative weights, nothing is really different from the point of view I've adopted, meaning what we will use is kind of classical Targent, what could say Targent, Floyd-Warshall algorithm and so on. And in fact, in the qualitative case, we already use these kinds of arguments. We're looking at number of edge being the smallest. But if we allow the weights to be both positive and negative, it's become more tricky. And it's more tricky first for a very naive reason, is that I want to reach T and I have a loop with -1. There is no optimal strategy to go that. And if I turn to a decision question, which is, can I reach T within -100 steps? But it will take a memory of 100 due to the way I decided to encode my memory. I didn't say that my memory is encoded via a counter. I said I counted the number of states, so it will be big, so pseudo-polynomial. And now I show you an example that gave me nightmare at the time I've worked on that, is that this is an example of two-player zero-sum shortest path game, where, so player 0 wants to reach the target T with the smallest ways possible, and the goal is player square is just to prevent him to do so. One can show that both players have an optimal strategy, and the optimal strategy will reach T with a weight of -100. And what is really tricky, and that's why that's this part that gave me nightmare, is that player circle needs memory to do that, and needs a memory of size pseudo-polynomial. Because what his goal is to say, I will go to V1, and V1, when responding smartly, we directly go to T, and so the optimal path is this, which is a simple path. But in case Square would say, no, let's go back there, he needs to count the number of times Square bring him back to say, okay, no, I've reached enough to get my -100, and I go down. If he was using memoryless strategy, he could be stuck in the loop forever or only get 0. So that is a bit a tricky example. Okay, now I will turn to the rational vision of the world with non-zero sum game. So I adapt my example to that. We are going from train to car, and it's a road trip with two friends, and they will alternate. One day is player circle that we drive, the other day is player square, and they exchange every day. So they start from London, and for the square race is the memoryless one to go immediately down. But when you designing the strategy of player's circle, he cannot assume that the other will use the memoryless one. The strategy has to be working for any given strategy of the opponent. And so this player circle, he would like to go to Penzance, and the player, sorry, it wasn't clear. This player here would like to go to Edinburgh, and this player there would like to go to Penzance. And the objective, we shift from the zero-sum antagonistic world to the non-zero sum. So, and in this setting, it's coming back to your question. My example is two-player, but it's working for any number of players. And the hypothesis is that the players are rational and selfish. Okay. So what is the natural concept for those that were on track A? It was already defined. Is the concept of Nash equilibria. A profile of strategy is a Nash equilibria. If no player has an incentive to deviate alone, supposing that the other players do not deviate. So I will give you a strategy which is not a Nash equilibrium. Let's say he decides to say, okay, I go to Penzance, and so we'll stay here and loop forever. Although the other players say, if we reach Manchester, I agree to drive to Edinburgh. So this is not a Nash equilibrium because players circle should rather go to Manchester and then will go to Edinburgh and he will be happy. So he has a deviation. So this is not a Nash equilibrium. I now give you an example of Nash equilibrium, which memoryless strategy. The player square say, let's go to Manchester. The other one say, let's go to London. And they get stuck in this loop. And no one visit is objective. They are both unhappy, but this is stable because no one has an interest in deviating. So just to show you that just saying, is there a Nash equilibrium is maybe not an interesting question. We would like to have constraints existence problem. And I give you this example where the first player says, okay, I first go to Penzance and then go to Manchester. And the other players say, okay, and then I agree we'll go to Edinburgh. And this is a Nash equilibrium where both players visit their objective. Okay, so this, in some sense, is quite related to the generalized reachability problem. So we already know from the generalized reachability problem that we could need sequential memory. And my question is, do we need something else in the memory? And I will show you that yes, and the idea is really related to classical game theory. We need this concept of punishment. And for that, I design you this example where we have 3 players. So this player would like to see Cambridge. This player would like to see Oxford. And the third player would like to go to Dover. And here I design an equilibria where we visit Dover. And so how can the last player here be sure that none of the 2 players there will deviate? Because he could go to Bristol and then they have option for both. He can go to Deer and then option for both. The idea is hidden in this quite complicated punishment strategy, but that will try to make the idea clear, is that, okay, if you deviate there, you would like to go to Cambridge, but when I arrive there, I'll go to Oxford just to punish you. If you deviate, if you go there, you wanted to go to Oxford, but if it's my choice there, I'll go to Cambridge just to punish you. So this punishment strategy, which is formalized written here, ensure that neither blue nor red, we have a good idea for them to deviate, and ensure that this will remain the path that will be followed. And this is a Nash equilibrium. This is, I don't like this idea of punishment, but that is how it's phrased in classical game theory. And this shows that when you are looking, the difference between generalized reachability and Nash equilibria is that you could need memory for punishment to do that. And there is a very nice paper by James Main will be published in Stacks this year that gives a nice characterization of this memory. Okay, I'd like to say words from a bit more subtle concept, which is the concept of subgame perfect equilibrium. Imagine we have here a Nash equilibrium where Cambridge is visited. It's rather normal. We have here a Nash equilibrium where Dover is visited with this same mechanism of punishment, except that here there is something that could be looked at irrational. While in London, I ensure we go to Dover because the blue players say, if I'm here, I will go to Oxford and not to Cambridge. But in this example, this player also would like to go to Cambridge. There is something not rational in the fact saying, if I'm in this situation, I will do something which is not rational for me. But this does not prevent this to be a Nash equilibrium. And so this has been known for game theorists for years, and they overcome this problem by introducing the concept of subgame perfect equilibrium, saying that we need to be a Nash equilibrium within all the subgame and not from the root of the unraveling tree. So This one I gave you is a Nash equilibrium which is not subgame perfect, and the first one is a Nash equilibrium which is subgame perfect. And just to summarize what happens, but if you look at classical reachability or Bushy, for Nash equilibrium, you need a polynomial memory, and for subgame perfect equilibrium, we need exponential memory. For Bucchi, we still really don't know. And about the complexity, we know that for Nash, classical reachability is NP complete, it's subgame perfect, P space complete. For Bushy, it has been shown by Michael Hummels that is P complete. And we have tried hard for Bushy, we know it's in NP, but it's still open. We don't know. So if you want some problem to look at, I give you one there. Okay, and the last part of, I'm reaching the last part of my talk before the conclusion, is the stochastic vision of world. So now the model I will use is the model of Markov decision process. So which can be seen as a 1 player and a half, the half player being strategy, being randomization. I model here the situation of the strike, but I'm not a pessimistic person, I'm a stochastic person. So each time I'm going to the train station, there is a probability 1/2 I go back home, probability 1/2 I go to Cambridge. And with this vision of the world, I'm sure that I will reach Cambridge with probability 1. But on the bad side, I don't know when I will reach Cambridge, okay? And formally, what I say, I use Markov decision process, and we would say that given this strategy, the probability of reach Cambridge is 1. Okay, if we look at almost sure reachability in MDP, we know, so the question is there a strategy such that I can achieve my goal with probability 1? We know that memoryless strategy are sufficient, and we know that the almost sure reachability problem is P complete. Okay, that's the simple case. Now let's turn back to multi-objective reachability in MDP. And first is the question, what would I like to ensure? There were many answers we can give, and I decide to present you one of them. What I would like, so I have several targets, in my example, T1 and T2, and I want to find a strategy which ensures that T1 will be visited with probability at least beta 1, and T2 will be visited with probability at least beta 2. So in my example, I would like to visit both T1 and T2 with probability at least 3/4. And what I will do successively is to show you how complex are the strategy to ensure that. First, I would try pure memoryless strategy, which say I go here to T1 and then there. If I use this strategy, I'm sure with probability 1 that I will reach T1, and I can only ensure to E2 with probability 1/2, so it doesn't do the job regarding my objective. Other stuff I could try is no memory, but probability. So randomized memoryless strategy. One could show that it's a kind of one of the best attempts I could do, which is 1/2 for both here. And you can check my calculation. In both cases, I reach T1 and T2 with probability 5/8, which is not enough. But I can achieve my objective with a randomized strategy with memory, which is first I randomize on T1 and T2, 1/2 for both, and then depending on what has actually been visited, I decide if I visited T1 to have a try for T2 and vice versa. And one could check that this strategy, in fact, ensures that both are visited with probability 3/4. Okay. Now I reach, I would say, the most difficult concept in the talk, which I have weight and probability. And imagine now that I'm given an MDP, I didn't put weight on my edges, but I assume all the weights are 1 in the example. And I would like to know if there exists a strategy that ensures that I reach my target within k step. And what you can say is, so in this example, I want to reach my target within k steps with a probability bigger or equal to 7/8. And one can show that you need this kind of memory, which is a bit different from the one we have seen before that we have called the counting memory, saying that you see that going there, it's not risky, because if I get to the target, I'm happy. If I don't get to the target, I can have several tries again and again. Going there, it's more risky because, okay, I have a higher probability to reach my target, but if I fail, I'm dead. I cannot go to there anymore. So in case you have no bound on the time to reach your target, you will play there forever, and with probability 1, you get there. But as soon as you get a bound on the number of steps you need to reach your target, when it's in some sense your last try, which is here when the length of the path is bigger or equal to 2, you will take this risky transition to go and get an add-on on your probability, which is bigger than 1/2, being 3/4, leading to this stuff. Okay, so it comes to the end of my talk. I will just try to give you a short conclusion. So that's a partial bibliography of the talk, but you see a more detailed one in the paper. So the main conclusion of the talk is that when you're optimistic, life is easier and you need less memory. So just be optimistic and it will be better. Okay, and so there are many questions because we've tried to grab many results, but see that there were still many stuff that we could have looked at. Is what's the global picture in imperfect information? Here we are really focused on perfect information. What happens if we consider infinite arenas? What happens if we look at other objectives rather than reachability? So something that I briefly discussed at some points is that all the results are really related to the fact that we use Mealy machine to encode memory. What could be alternative model to encode memory? What could be the impact if you use them? And also, that's a question I wonder, I hoped I could have answered today, but I didn't took enough time, is there a relation between the SCC decomposition of the arena and the memory structure? Because if you're focusing, for example, in the Nash problem to graphs which are strongly connected, it becomes really easy. Okay, and that's it, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Thomas, for your talk. Are there any questions? We have a couple during the talk, but maybe some more now. Yeah.
Hi, so a quick question about the probability settings with the probability game with the weights. Can you give some intuition, how do you approach such a problem? So let's say I have like an arena, and like in this example, it was quite easy to guess where we should deviate from the original. Yes, this one.
This one?
Yeah. Like, how did you decide that it is exactly H2B2?
I think we can take offline for me to try to give you a more precise answer, but it's related to an analysis of the end components. And so depending on the number of interesting end components you have, we'll have a number of modes. What I call the mode is, you know, here there is only 2 modes, and you will calculate the to also calculate the probability to reach the end components, and this will end up in giving. So I don't know if it's clear enough, but I can try to be a bit more constructive of
Okay, I would like that. Thank you.
Other question?
Hi, thank you for the talk. So I wanted to ask a question about the proof of the, I think if I got you right, you showed that the generalized Bushi condition solving the game is in P.
I did, it's not my work, it's a work of Michael Hummels. So it's, where is it? It's in this reference.
Okay.
And it's not that easy. I mean, the proof is a subtle analysis of the SCC, where you have an algorithm where you look at the SCC and you intersect inductively with stuff and then look at sub-SCC in such a, smart way that the contraction doesn't become exponential.
No, so I was asking about, so I think you showed an example of something where you had shown a proof where you would make copies of the game.
But,
and,
sorry.
What was that
Okay,
for?
it's not about Nash equilibria, your question.
No.
Okay, sorry. But that's not my result. I mean, I would say it's kind of folklore result. This one.
Yeah, this one. No, so I was asking why this proof doesn't work for the classical reachability thing.
The classical reachability?
Yeah.
Because it's related to the idea I gave you. The intuition I try to give is that when you can have a positive insert reachability, maybe I just do that. Sorry. No. Take this example and remove this edge. Reachability is okay, but not Bushy. Okay, and this is the key idea, is because if it works for Bushy, you can visit them in any order it will work. Because in some sense, all the stuff has to be in the same SCC.
Okay.
Okay,
I think
and for reachability, not because of
Yeah.
this example.
Okay, I think I get the idea. Thank you very much.
Clear?
Yeah.
Can I ask? Yeah, thank you very much for the talk. It was very good. Can you maybe say something about what is known about parity? About parity.
I
In
know
terms of
that
memory and complexity. mostly.
you have a particular question. I mean, for unit
You have
memory.
this list of complexity results, and I wonder what is known about parity games. And
I mean, generalize. I know that generalized parity has been studied, but I don't have in mind the result. For classical parity, you know that's NP and Enterco NP, and that is memoryless strategy as sufficient. And for
I think also for subgame perfect equilibria, there were some results.
for subgame perfect
Yeah, but
equilibria,
anyways.
I should know that.
Okay, never mind.
Sorry. X time or P space? I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
But I can point you references. for
Okay.
that.
What are the possible alternatives for Mealy machines? Like, do you have any models in mind? Or?
I don't have a precise model in mind, but when I give you this example, you don't want, I mean, your first intuition is you wouldn't take a Mealy machine to encode, the digit one by one. You would rather say, okay, I have one counter and I update the counter with +1 and -1, and I would need only 2 modes depending of the value of the counter. I'm not saying that this is the right concept of memory to study, but for this specific example, I would like something like that.
So for infinite games, you mentioned infinite arenas. What exactly is the question that you have there?
You could wonder, I mean, if you are infinite arena with absolutely no restriction, you would say complexities makes no sense, but you could wonder what happens for the memory. And for instance, the paper of James Main I mentioned before, this paper, the characterization of the memory works for infinite arena. I mean, for Nash equilibria of the kind I've studied, he proved that the second shell memory with punishment, I mean, to be precise, I would need to be a bit more technical, is sufficient for those kind of games. That's the kind of result I have in mind.
Okay. For reachability, simple reachability games, or let's say
simple but multiplayer.
Okay, so are these fixed point algorithms known to let's say compute the exact winning region for these for reachability games or in infinite arenas?
In infinite, you mean
If it terminates, are they guaranteed?
Generalized reachability or
Oh, just normal reachability.
I've no, my classical guess would be to try to do it, but I have no idea of reference for that. I mean, it's not answering your question, but what I would be tempted to do is to say, just look already to PetriNet how complicated it is, and it's just a specific case. But I don't know if someone have tried something, I think, more uniform.
Okay, thanks.
So I had a slide on this generalized reachability for MDPs. So what is the result there? Like what is the complexity and
What is the memory which is required for generalized reachability in MDPs?
So this one, yes. I'm pretty sure it's p-space complete because you will be able to use for the harness the really same ID that for the two here you can really use. If you take the reduction I've shown for QBF, it will work the same way, but you will adjust your probability to work in the same way. And for the memory, I show you that you need both randomization and memory.
And a follow-up question is that, is there something known if you also add the adversarial player and essentially what we call a stochastic game?
Player and a half. It may be the case, but I haven't looked at that.
Sorry, what may be the case?
That they have result, I don't know.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming to the afternoon session. Our first talk will be by Nikhil on towards identity testing for a certain type of formulae.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. So, I'll be talking about a joint work with Pranav Bisht, who is at IIT ISM Dhanbad, and Ilya Volkovich, my supervisor at Boston College. So the title is quite mouthful, towards identity testing for sums of products of read once and multilinear bounded read formula. But hopefully, after some time, these phrases would start making sense. Okay, so this talk is going to be about a classical problem complexity theory called polynomial identity testing. So the problem is as follows. So you are given a multivariate polynomial f, and you have to determine whether f is identically 0 or not. And by identically 0, we mean that the coefficients of all the monomials in f should be 0. Right? So the main thing is that how we are giving this polynomial. If it is given as a list of coefficients, then it is clearly a trivial problem. So we talk about two other kinds of representations of specifying this input polynomial f. The first representation is called as the white box representation. And as f is given as something called as an arithmetic circuit, I'll define what it is. And the second representation is a black box representation. So this representation is as follows. So we have a black box of f, and we can query this black box at our favorite point, alpha from the field. And this evaluation happens in a unit time. Okay, so I'll talk more about these representation in some time, but let me first give you the definition of an arithmetic circuit. So an arithmetic circuit is a model to compute polynomials. It is very much similar to a Boolean circuit, and it is basically a directed acyclic graph where the leaf nodes are labeled either by variables or field elements, and other nodes are labeled by either plus operation or product operation. And labels can be labeled, the edges can be labeled by some constant, and every node computes a polynomial very naturally. For example, this product node on the left, the leftmost product node, it computes the product of its two children, x1 and x2, and the edge between this node and x1 is labeled with 6. So the final polynomial computed at this node is 6x1, x2. So this is how the computation proceeds, and we say that the node which has out degree 0, that computes the that computes the final polynomial of the circuit. So there are two parameters associated with an arithmetic circuit. One is the size of the circuit, which is equal to the number of edges in the circuit. And other is the depth, which is the length of longest path from leaf node to the output node of the circuit. So for example, in this case, the size is 6 since there are 6 edges, and the depth is 2. Okay, now let me come back to the two kind of representations of the input polynomial, which give us two kind of PIT algorithms. The first one is white box PIT. In this case, the input polynomial f is given as an arithmetic circuit. So now we know what an arithmetic circuit is. And since we have this arithmetic circuit, we can look inside the circuit and infer various things about this circuit and see if this can be helpful in solving the PIT problem. On the other hand, in the black box PIT, the input polynomial is given as black box. So we can only query the polynomial at our favorite points, but we have no information of what kind of circuit computes that polynomial. So we don't get the advantage that we get in the case of a white box PIT. So this makes black box PIT hard, in some sense, harder than white box PIT. And let me also talk about the input size. The size of the input in case of a white box PIT is the size of our given circuit D. And in case of black box PIT, the size is the number of variables plus the degree of the polynomial. So we want the PIT algorithm to be efficient in the input size. Okay, so PIT admits a very simple randomized polynomial time algorithm due to a popular lemma called Schwarz-Zippel D'Amelio-Lipton lemma. And designing a deterministic efficient algorithm for the same problem is a long-standing open problem. And this de-randomization is linked to proving lower bounds in complexity theory. For example, if we the works of Heinz and Schnorr, Cabanets, Impagliazzo, Agarwal, etc., showed that if we can de-randomize the PIT, then we get strong lower bounds either for Boolean circuits or arithmetic circuits. And proving strong lower bounds is very important in complexity theory. There are other applications of PIT. For example, it has been used to design several efficient algorithms. For example, the efficient primality testing algorithm, several matching-based algorithms, algorithm for linear Matroid intersection, etc. PIT has also been used in proving complexity theoretic results like this proof of Shamir, the proof of IP equal to P space by Shamir uses PIT. So this all shows that PIT is an important problem in complexity theory and algorithms. And the question is how far can we go with respect to the de-randomization of this problem? And as I mentioned, that there is a link between PIT, efficient PIT, and strong lower bounds. And proving strong lower bounds are believed to be hard in general. So that's why designing deterministic efficient PIT is a challenging task. However, it has been the problem has been studied for many special cases of arithmetic circuits, and we know a couple of efficient PIT algorithms for various classes. So I'll give you a count of most of these results, and I've classified these in two categories: PIT for bounded depth arithmetic circuits and PIT for bounded read models. So I'll first define what these are and then give you the results. So recall that depth of a circuit is the length of a longest path from leaf node to the output node in the circuit. And by bounded depth, we mean that the depth is bounded. That is, it is some constant. For example, this is a depth 2 circuit, this is a depth 3 circuit, and so on. And we assume that the top gate is the output gate is a plus node, and the nodes are labeled alternatively as plus nodes, multiplication nodes. For example, as shown in this figure here, we have the top layer of plus, then multiplication, then plus. Okay. So we have several results in this category. For example, polynomial time black box PIT for depth 2 circuit, depth 3 circuit, and depth 3 circuit with depth 3 circuit with constant top Fanout, depth 3 circuit with constant transcendence degree, and other classes of depth 3 circuit. And we also have efficient black box and white box PIT algorithm for several classes of depth 4 circuit. And because of a recent breakthrough on the strong lower bound on the size of constant depth arithmetic circuit, we have unconditional sub-exponential black box PIT algorithm for constant depth arithmetic circuits. So this is about the first category. Now let me come to the second category, which was PIT for bounded read models. But before that, let me give you some definitions. So first is the definition of an arithmetic formula. Yeah. The depth and like polynomial. No, like polynomial in the depth and the number of variables. So the degree can be polynomial in n, and n need not be constant. Right. So an arithmetic formula is an arithmetic circuit where the underlying graph is a tree. For example, the left case is not an arithmetic formula because we have a node having a Fanout 2, whereas the right one is an arithmetic formula. Further, we say that an arithmetic formula is multilinear if every node in that formula computes a multilinear polynomial. And a multilinear polynomial is a polynomial where the individual degree of every variable is at most 1. So for example, the formula on the left side is not a multilinear formula because we have nodes computing non-multilinear polynomials. And the third definition is that of a read K formula. So here K is a parameter, like K is a natural number. And we say that an arithmetic formula is read K if every variable in that formula labels at most K leaves of the formula. For example, this one, the one on the left side is a read once formula since every variable labels at most 1 leaves. And the one on the right hand side is a read to formula. Right. So with these definitions, let me give you the list of known results. So a polynomial time black box PIT algorithm is known for read once formula. For read thrice formula, we know quasi polynomial time black box PIT and polynomial time white box PIT. Then for multilinear constant read formulas, we know a polynomial time white box PIT and quasi polynomial time black box PIT. And we also know efficient PIT algorithms for other models in this category. Yeah. No, not really, because we are imposing the condition. I mean, it can be a binary tree in general, but you can convert it to a layered tree as well, where you have plus product plus if it helps you. Okay, so now before coming to our results, let me try to motivate them. So one of the most celebrated results in the PIT literature is the polynomial time deterministic black box PIT for the class sigma k pi sigma. Now this class looks like this. So it is a depth 3. It is the class of depth 3 circuits where the top fan-in is at most k. So we have the topmost gate is a plus gate followed by a layer of product gates and followed by a layer of plus gates. Right. So the bottommost layer computes linear polynomials in the input variables. And then the final polynomial is basically the sum of k, at most k many product of linear polynomials. Okay. So we have this class, and the idea is to generalize this class and look for like more evolved or look for more general PIT algorithms. And here is one natural extension. So suppose C is a class of arithmetic circuits such that C contains all the linear polynomials, and we know some efficient PIT algorithm for C. Then we consider this extension from sigma k pi sigma, which is depth 3 circuit with top fan-in k, to sigma k pi C, where the circuits look like this. We have the top plus gate, then a layer of product gates, and below that you can have circuits coming from this class C. Right. And since we have an efficient PIT algorithm for C, it is natural to ask if we can, using this PIT algorithm, if we can design the PIT algorithm for sigma k pi C. Okay. So some of the examples for this extension class C are depth 2 circuits, read once formula, multilinear constant read formulas, and so on. So when C is the class of depth 2 circuits, then efficient PIT algorithms are known for various special cases of sigma k pi C, and I'll not talk about this, but our work is mainly on the second route. So we take C to be the class of either read once formula or multilinear constant read formula. So let me once again recall the definition. So a read once formula is an arithmetic formula where every variable labels at most 1 leaf node of the formula. Okay, and by definition, every read once formula is a multilinear formula. Okay. Second thing I want to recall is the definition of a multilinear read K formula. So it is an arithmetic formula which is read K as well as multilinear. Okay. And let me give you a notation. For a natural number K, let C subscript K be defined as the class of all multilinear read K formula over the underlying field. Okay. So for example, C1 is read once formula, C2 is multilinear read twice formula, and so on. So recall that we know a deterministic polynomial time black box PIT for C1, which is the class of read once formula, and a deterministic quasi polynomial time black box PIT for CK when K is greater than or equal to 2. Okay, and yeah, it immediately follows that since C1 contains Reed-Vance formulas which are multilinear, obviously C1 is contained in any Ck for k greater than or equal to 2. But the reason for specifying these two classes separately is the difference in their running time. And the classes of Reed-Vance formulas are extremely well studied in the literature of Boolean and arithmetic circuits. And the class of multilinear constant Reed formulas are also important from the point of view of understanding general multilinear formulas, which is an important class of arithmetic circuits. And in this work, we give a deterministic black box, a polynomial time black box PIT for sigma 2 pi C1. So a deterministic polynomial time white box PIT for this class was given by Mahajan Rao and Srinivasaiah, and two of them are here. And we also give a polynomial time and a quasi-polynomial time black box PIT for an important class of sigma 3 pi Ck, for sigma 3 pi C1 and sigma 3 pi Ck whenever k is a constant. So I'll talk about this class in a couple of minutes. So here is our first theorem. We give a deterministic polynomial time black box PIT for sigma 2 pi C1. Okay. Now before stating the next results, let me give you a definition. Suppose C is a class of arithmetic circuits. Then we define this new class sigma k power C to be the set of the circuits of the kind A1 to the E1 plus A2 to the E2 up to AK to the EK, where A1 to AK are circuits in this class. And note that by the definition, sigma k power C is contained in sigma k pi C. And designing an efficient deterministic PIT for sigma k power C1, where C1 is the class of Reed-Vance formula and k is constant. So designing such an algorithm was stated as an open question in the work of Mahajan Rao and Srinivasaiah. And our next results are related to this. So we give a deterministic polynomial time black box PIT for the class sigma 3 power C1 and a deterministic quasi-polynomial time black box PIT for sigma 3 power Ck whenever k is greater than or equal to 2 and constant. So these running time exactly match the running time of the base class. In theorem 1, the base class is C1, and in theorem 3, the base class is Ck. Okay. And in the constant depth setting, a polynomial time deterministic black box PIT algorithm for sigma L power Ck, where both L and K are constant, follow from a result of ASSS. So before going, so I'll give you a proof idea of theorem 1, but before going there, I'll give you some useful tools which will be helpful in understanding the proof. So first tool is called a generator. So let me start with the definition. So suppose C is a class of n-variate polynomials over some field f. Then a polynomial map from ft to fn. This polynomial map has n components g1 to gn, which are polynomials. So this polynomial map is called a generator for this circuit class C if for every polynomial f in C, f is identically 0 if and only if f composed with just this polynomial map is identically 0. Okay, let's see why is this helpful. So first of all, note that f composed with g is a t-variate polynomial. So if t is very small, we get a polynomial in less number of variables. And this definition is inspired from the definition of a pseudo-random generator. And let's see why is this important in for our theorems. So suppose we have this polynomial map with components g1 to gn, and suppose the degrees of every component is upper bounded by some polynomial in n. Suppose this is the case, and suppose this parameter t is constant. Then we immediately get a polynomial time black box PIT algorithm for this class C. So this is how like generators and black box PIT are connected. So if we can design a small generator satisfying these properties for a class, we get efficient black box PIT for that class. An example of a generator comes from a work of Shipilka and Volkovich. So suppose we have a field which has at least n elements, and suppose this Li is the Lagrange polynomial. I'll not go into the detail of this. And suppose this G and K is the polynomial map from F2K to Fn, which is defined on 2K many variables, Y1 to Yk and Z1 to Zk. And this is defined like this. So definition is not important. It's just to show that, just to give you an example, and I'll state some useful properties of this generator. Now notice that for every component G and Ki, the degree of that component or degree of that polynomial is poly in n. And if we can design, if G and K turns out to be a generator for class C for some constant K, then we immediately get a black box PIT algorithm for that class C. Right? So this generator has been used to design many efficient PIT algorithms, like the one like polynomial time black box PIT algorithm for Reed-Vance formula, quasi-polynomial time black box algorithm for multilinear constant Reed formula, etc. And this is a useful property which would be helpful later. So suppose F is a polynomial such that F contains a non-zero monomial having K variables, then F composed with G and K is always non-zero. So if our class is nice and if it has these monomials having less number of variables, then we can then this is a generator for that class. Now here is the second tool. This is called as zero irreducibility. And let me first define this concept. So suppose F is an n-variate polynomial and A is an assignment A1 to An. Then we say that F is A irreducible if for every proper subset of the set of indices, the restricted polynomial f xi equal to ai is irreducible. I'll explain what this is. And f, the evaluation of f on of a on the evaluation of f on a is non-zero. So this restricted polynomial simply says that you take this polynomial f and you have the this set I, and for every index in this set I, you replace the corresponding variable with the corresponding assignment from this tuple. So let's see an example. So here f is a linear polynomial x1, x2, x3, and suppose a is this tuple 0, 0, 1. Then clearly a is f is a irreducible here. And this is a small observation that if f is an n-variate polynomial and a is an assignment tuple, then f is a irreducible if and only if this translated polynomial. So you translate every variable xi with ai. This translated polynomial is zero irreducible. So zero irreducible means the same thing, this definition where you replace a with 0. Okay. So the notion of zero irreducibility is one of the main contributions of our work. And it generalizes the concept of zero justified polynomials. This was first given in a work of Shipilka and Volkovich, and later this notion turned out to be very crucial in designing efficient PIT algorithms for Reed-Vance formulas and multilinear constant Reed formulas. And what we show in this work is that given black box access to an n-variate Reed-Vance formula f, we can compute an assignment A efficiently such that this Reed-Vance formula A is A irreducible. And we will see how this notion of zero irreducibility helps in improving theorem 1. Our last result, our last tool is resultant. So suppose we have two n-variate polynomials f and g. Then the resultant of f and g is the determinant of something called as the Sylvester matrix, which is not important for us, the Sylvester matrix of f and g. But what is important is this thing. So suppose f and g are polynomials in y x1 to xn. Then f and g have a common non-trivial factor that depends on y, if and only if its resultant, which is a polynomial, is identically 0. And this tool has also been used for proving theorem 1. Now we are well equipped to see a proof of theorem 1. And let me recall it for our reference. So in theorem 1, we give a deterministic polynomial time black box PIT for the class sigma 2 pi c1. Okay. So here is what we want to do. So we are given an f of this kind, a1, a2 up to am plus b1, b2 up to br, where ai's and bj's are Reed-Vance formula. We want to determine whether this polynomial is 0 or not. And we are given this as a black box. the white box variant has already been solved as I mentioned before. So we show that this polynomial f is identically zero if and only if f composed with Gn4, where this Gn4 is the generator defined in the work of Shipilka and Volkovich, is identically zero. So this composition makes this the composed polynomial f Gn4 is an 8-variate polynomial. So it is easy to test if this is zero. But let's see why this is the case, why this if and only if holds. So first of all, if f is identically zero, then trivially, whatever you compose it with, it remains zero. So first direction is trivial. Now suppose f is non-zero. We want to show that f composed with Gn4 is non-zero. If f is a field element, then again, like since the composition does not affect field elements, it remains non-zero. The composed polynomial remains non-zero. Now suppose f is a non-constant polynomial. Okay, we can assume without loss of generality that f is irreducible. Otherwise, we can make it irreducible efficiently. So since f is irreducible, look at this polynomial f. It means that for every ai and bj, the polynomials ai and bj are co-prime. That means that no matter which variable you take, the resultant polynomial of ai and bj is a non-zero polynomial. And this is what we want to prove that this, when composed with a smaller version of g and k, remains non-zero. Okay, so let's pick two such polynomials arbitrarily. Let's call them f, a, and b, and let us pick a variable x from this set. Okay, we first prove that there exists a point a in the image of the polynomial map g and 1, such that the translated ROFs, this translated ROF a x1 plus a1 up to xn plus an, and b x1 to an up to xn plus an are zero irreducible ROFs. So in the first step, we make these ROF zero irreducible efficiently. Now, once we have this result in our hand, what we show that there exists a non-zero monomial in the resultant of these zero irreducible ROF, such that this monomial only contains two variables. And let's recall the useful property of Shipilka-Volkovich generator. It says that since there is a non-zero monomial containing two variables, when I compose this resultant of a prime and b prime with Gn2, it remains non-zero. So combining everything, we get that f composed with Gn4 is non-zero. So now let me state some open questions. So we have solved it for top fan in 2. We want to go for top fan in 3. But unfortunately, this idea of resultant does not work. So we want to know whether this notion of zero irreducibility along with some other tools are useful, are enough to give PIT for this class. Second is we want to design an efficient PIT for the class sigma 2 pi ck, where k is constant and greater than or equal to 2. Now, the only hurdle in this PIT algorithm is the first step where we want to make these polynomials, like the underlying polynomials, zero irreducible. And we do not know how to do this efficiently. By efficiently, I mean we don't know even how to do this even in super polynomial time. And if we could do this, that would immediately imply, like our first theorem would immediately imply an efficient PIT for sigma 2 pi ck. Okay. So I close with this. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yeah. Yeah, lower bounds are known. Lower bounds are in fact known for higher values of k, and for like much stronger classes. Yeah, exponentially.
Any more questions? Okay, in that case, let's thank the speaker again.
Okay, I think this might work better because I struggles in the morning. What? Yeah, perfect. Duplicate your screen. The other one okay, we can do that as well. Okay, so we can. Can I have
I don't understand. Okay.
Okay. Our next speaker is going to be Ulysse, who's going to tell us about a simple proof that MaxFlow is not in the algebraic version of NC.
So hello everyone, and so my talk is about a new proof of an old result by Murmollet, quite a famous result, and the goal of this talk is to be quite simple, so that you can all live convinced and ready to show anyone that the algebraic version of NC does not contain MaxFlow. So here are some motivations. So humans have asked themselves this question: can we get faster algorithm if we can run instructions in parallel? And this question, as informaticians, we formulate it as is P equal to NC? So P being, of course, the Turing machine running in polynomial time, and NC being the things which can run in parallel quite quickly, but there will be a definition in 2 slides. So this question is too hard. Sorry. But there is still hope that we can get some insight on this. For instance, what if we could prove that algebraic algorithms, for algebraic algorithm, it is true that we cannot get faster algorithm even if we run in parallel. So in this talk, I will use the term algebraic. The talk of the last speaker, he used the term arithmetic. It's interchangeable in this talk. So algebraic algorithms, it's algorithms where inputs are real numbers, and the only allowed operations are plus, minus, times, division, and comparison. In the normal traditional algorithmic world, you can have operations on bits like AND, OR, and negations, and here it's you are not allowed. So yeah, and we wonder if some algorithm. So for all of the algorithms, we cannot prove that P is not equal to NC, but maybe we can prove that if we are only allowed arithmetic operations, then it is indeed true that P is different from NC. Okay, I will. So this is just what I said. Yeah. So the definition of NC, it's the class of problem solvable in polylogarithmic time by a polynomial amount of processors with a shared memory. And it's also the class of circuits of polynomial size and polylogarithmic depth. So here, when I'm talking about circuits, I'm talking about classic circuits with AND and OR because we are in the bit world. And for this talk, we're going to be in the algebraic world, and the algebraic version of NC is called PRAMS. I call it real PRAMS. And so P-alg is a problem solved by polynomially many algebraic operations. So what kind of problems is in this class? It's, for instance, when you do the Newton approximation for a solution of an equation of the form f of x equals 0, you use only arithmetic operation to get your solution. And actually, many problems only use algebraic operations. And real PRAMs are also known as algebraic PRAMs, or you may also know them as PRAM without bit operations. That's how Muley called them. And it's polynomially many algebraic processors, so which can do plus, minus, times, and comparison, running in polylogarithmic time. Okay, so here is for the motivation, and then we can get to it. So we want to show that P-alg is different from PRAMs, okay? So that we cannot go faster if we run in parallel. It is true that the max flow problem, which I will define later, but I'm sure most of you already know it, the max flow problem has algebraic algorithm running in polynomial time. So in other terms, it is in P-alg. You can note it like that. Now we will show that max flow is not in PRAM. That's going to be the goal of the talk. So yeah, that's what I said. But actually, like I told you, Muley already proved it in 1999. So what is the point of this talk? Well, the point is that Muley used really, for me at least, it's really hard mathematics. And it's hard to understand the insight and what makes the proof work. And my take on it, and it's very personal, is that the proof works because the model of PRAMs is very limited, and it's not so apparent in the original paper of Muley. Okay. So we propose a much simpler proof, and that's what I will show you right now. So our proof has 3 steps. First, we say that PRAMs, which is defined as polynomially many processors running in polylogarithmic time, actually you can also see it as circuits. It's not trivial. It's not too hard, but it's not trivial. So that's the first thing you have to show, is that actually you can work on arithmetic or algebraic circuits of polynomial size, and each gate is plus, minus, times, or comparison. So we call this class NC power alg. So NC power looks like this, and this was also present in the precedent talk. So that's the first step. We will admit this step. The second step is to prove that if you have a circuit, an algebraic circuit of NC alg, well, over functions of one input, it computes piecewise polynomials of low degree and few pieces. What is a piecewise polynomial? Well, it's just a function which is a polynomial, but you can change the polynomial as you go along on the real axis. Okay, and a piece, it's just an interval on which the polynomial doesn't change. Okay, so this will be the main focus of the talk, to show that arithmetic circuits of NC alg compute this stuff. And then the final thing is going to show that max flow is not a piecewise polynomial of low degree and few pieces. Okay, this will be admitted because the work was already done quite well by Carstensen and Mumole. Okay, so let us show that circuits of NC-alg over one input compute low degree piecewise polynomial with few pieces. So an algebraic circuit, I give you the formal definition here. So the gate is a variable, you have the plus times minus comparison, all of fan in 2, the variable gates and constant gates, okay? Just for since the comparison gates, there is different ways to handle it, but we chose to handle it when, so if you have x strictly less than y, it returns 1 if it's true and 0 otherwise, okay? We don't do any kind of branching. Okay. So now you know what's an algebraic circuit. Now, what is a piecewise polynomial? Well, it's basically what you saw before, but here is a formal definition. And the number of pieces of piecewise polynomial is the intuitive way to think about it. It's the least amount of intervals such that f is equal to a polynomial on this interval. And the degree of a piecewise polynomial is the maximum degree over all the polynomials which compose f. And now here's the picture once more. So here you'd say you'd have 4 pieces, and maybe the degree looks like it's 2 because the 2 on the leftmost side look like parabolas. Okay, now I'm saying something quite special, and that's maybe the insight is that you have to focus on one input circuit to get really simple mathematics. So one input means that we only have one variable gate x. I mean, you can have multiple of the variable gate, but it's always going to be the same variable. Okay, you don't have x, y, z. You just have x, but you can do x times x and times x plus x, etc. So you're going to represent a polynomial in x. So we will show that a gate at depth d computes a piecewise polynomial of degree at most 2 to the d, and the number of pieces at most 2 to the d times d plus 1 over 2, okay? And we will do this by induction, and you will see it's quite simple if I was clear until then. So at depth 0, we can think, what can a gate be? Well, a gate is either a constant or variable x. Okay, but variable x is just a linear polynomial, so the degree is 1, the number of pieces is 1, and for the constant, the degree is 0, and the number of pieces is 0 also. Okay, so depth 0 is done. At depth d plus 1, we have to make a distinction based on the gate. So let me explain this. So we have this situation, and we have an assumption that the degree of the P1 and P2 is less than 2 to the d, and the number of pieces is less than this expression. And now we have to show that it holds for P. But you see, instead of the question mark, we're going to have an operation of some kind, okay? So what if we have a plus instead of the question mark? Well, the degree of P1 plus P2 is at most the maximum degree. And so therefore the hypothesis, induction hypothesis still holds. And for the number of pieces, well, it's kind of hard to see, but I will do it quite hand wavily. Basically, you can think of number of pieces as discontinuities. It's not always true, but let's say it's true. So if you have a function with 2 discontinuity, okay, and you add it with another function with 2 discontinuity, well, the worst case is that the discontinuities don't match, and that you're gonna get 4 discontinuity. So the number of pieces at most doubles, and trust me on this, it's basic math, the hypothesis induction holds. Okay, so for plus, it's simple. 4 times, well, the degree at most doubles, and hence the 2 to the d. And for the number of pieces, it's the same. If you it's the same if you have two each discontinuity appears at most once in the new function p. All right, and then now there's a little trick of the talk. Pieces, sometimes it's going to be equal to the function 1, sometimes to the function 0, but the degree is always 0, and I said we take the max, so the degree is 0. Yeah, so that's what I explained. And for the number of pieces, well, like I said, the number of, you're going to get a new piece each time it becomes true that P1 goes below P2 or the opposite, okay? Because when P1 is less than P2, you get 0, and when P2 gets above in the P1, you get 1. So you're gonna have two things like that. So you're gonna ask, well, how many times does it happen that P1 goes above P2 and vice versa? Well, this is just asking how many roots does P1 minus P2 have? And that's just d of P1 minus P2, which is at most the degree of the maximum degree of both, which is at most 2 to the d. Okay? And so you can make this, so for any, if you look at a piece, the function behaves like a polynomial. So for each piece, you can assume that you're going to create at most 2 to the d new pieces, okay? So you create, if you have C of P1 minus P2 pieces, well, you create at most per piece 2 d of P1 minus P2, hence the multiplication. And if you do the mathematics, you get that the hypothesis still holds. All right. And now we are basically done because we've done all the gates. Oh, yeah, I don't do the division gate. In the paper, you can do divisions. It only adds an extra layer of difficulty with no additional insight, okay? It's just nice to have, but doesn't, yeah, for the insights, it doesn't change anything. So this concludes the proof. And the proof was that NC-arg can only compute easy function. And let me state it again. NC-arg, the depth is polylogarithmic. And I just saw that a gate at depth d is has such and such properties in terms of pieces and degree, depending on its depth. And hence, you see there's a direct link. So in a way, NC-arg, I've just shown that it can compute easy function, quote unquote. And now the next natural step for any person working in complexity theory is to show that a function of interest is a hard function. Okay, so what is the max flow function? Well, you're given a directed graph G with n nodes and a function which computes the max flow of this graph G. It returns the maximum flow from node 1 to node n. And here's a little example. And I think if I don't make any mistakes, the maximum flow from node 0 to node 5 is 23. Maybe someone can correct me on that, but I think it's correct. I think everyone has seen this problem, so I go a little bit quickly. Yeah, and I state once more time, we want to show that max flow is too complicated to be computed by low depth circuits. So here's how we're going to do it. And this trick comes from the Murmure paper, but he does it on 3 variables instead of 1, which makes the whole thing a lot more harder. So if f is a max flow function, well, I'm just taking the definition. F takes a graph, let's say given by its adjacency matrix, and outputs the maximum flow of this graph. So if the mi's j are adjacency matrix, not inputs, but weight. And you have something like that. So you have F can be a circuit. I'm not saying it's a low depth circuit. I'm just saying there is a circuit computing F. That's because MaxFlow has an algebraic algorithm, like I said at the beginning. So there is a circuit which computes MaxFlow, and the inputs are the MIs, and in between there is comparison gate, plus gate, and whatever, all kind of things. But the problem is that F is a function of multiple inputs, and our result was about one input stuff. So what do? Well, we introduced a new function. So we're going to have Aij and Bij be real coefficients. And we introduced G of lambda, which is F of a linear combination of the Ai's and Bi's in terms of lambda. Okay, and G is called the parameterization. So basically, the AI and Bij's are going to describe a specific input to the MaxFlow problem. And when we're going to change the lambda, well, the graph associated to the MaxFlow problem is going to change according to this lambda. So you can see that on the graph, we would have a graph with weights depending on lambda and depending in a linear way on lambda. So G of lambda, if I take the circuit for F, well, you just have at the beginning a little two level high thingy, which basically instead of the inputs being the MIJs, it's going to be the linear combination of AIJs, BIJs, and lambda. And you do also that for all the AIs and of course for all the AIs and the BJs, and I didn't write it up. Okay. But now G of lambda is a function of one input. And it just so happens, and this is an interesting part of the Carstensen paper and the Mulmulé paper, that we can find AIJs and BIJs such that G of lambda is a piecewise polynomial with many pieces, 2 to the n. Well, then now we are almost done, because I've just said we can assume the AIJs and BIJs are such that G of lambda has 2 to the n pieces. But then let's suppose that we can compute F, which is the MaxFlow function, in NC-alg, meaning in depth log to the Cn. Then we can compute G also in depth log to the Cn, because G is just F plus 2 stories on top. So it's log to the C plus 2, but okay, big O. But that's a contradiction, because when you have a circuit of depth log to the Cn, I've just shown you, and I hope you're convinced, that you can only have a piecewise polynomial with 2 to the log 2Cn. The 2C comes from the fact that C was D times D plus 1, something like that. So, okay, square, basically. But D to the log 2Cn is strictly less than 2 to the n for large n's. And hence, we have a contradiction, and F cannot be computed by a circuit of low depth. So let me do a quick recap of everything. We have the Piram model, which is the algorithm computed fast when you have polynomially many processors running in parallel. You first show that this is equivalent to circuits, okay? Then you show that such circuits only compute very easy functions when you have when you are working with one input. And then you show that there is a way to make the MaxFlow problem depend on one input, such that the answer to the MaxFlow problem is a very complicated function, okay? And then you conclude that MaxFlow cannot be computed in parallel by algorithm only using algebraic operations. So this concludes the talk, and I hope you learned something, and maybe you can tell your friends about this work.
Thanks, Ulyss. Any questions?
like square root n or something to compute. Yeah. So Maxwell, is square root n the right answer to this question?
Yeah, something like that. So if we believe what I said, and it's because the papers are some technical details, but it's approximately 2 to the square root n, right?
And there are circuits of polynomial size and depth square root n for max flow?
Good question. I'm not sure what's the minimal depth we know for max flow. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a good question.
And in general, can you always reduce the depth of an algebraic algorithm to something like to n? Is that clear that because you have a circuit of polynomial size, can you always reduce the depth to n or something smaller?
Why do you think we should be able to do that?
I don't know, because it seems like your technique cannot, I mean, I don't know, it's just something that occurred to me because it seems like in this case, the best you can hope for is n, or maybe I'm mistaken.
You mean that my lower bound technique can only show things up to n?
Yeah, something like that. Is that?
Well, it depends what you want to show, because if you have n, let's say for instance, then you can show that you cannot compute the depending on your parameterization and the hardness of your problem. Maybe your hardness is like it has 2 to the n cube pieces, and therefore you then have that the circuits cannot be in less than square root of n to the third. But I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. Okay, maybe we can talk in private, because I'm not sure I understood, so we can talk in private.
So what about other questions? Like, for example, I mean, I presume that the only reason max flow is being used is because of Carstensen's construction. For example, would the same thing work for something like shortest paths or graph matching or something like that?
So if you have a parameterization, I don't see any reason for the proof not to work, because the only step where we use max flow is at the very last, and in between you have, it doesn't depend on the problem you're studying. So no reason. And max flow is, by the way, it's not even special in the arithmetic world, because in the bit world it's complete for P, but in the arithmetic world it's not even clear that it's anything special, the max flow problem. So yeah, it should work for shortest path or something. Yeah.
Any more questions? We may have time for one or two more.
And your low bound does not seem to use the fact that the size of the circuit needs to be polynomial or something, right? It looks like your size can be 2 to the depth. Is that right? Yeah, with bounded.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it does not need to be polynomial in the. Yeah.
Last question, perhaps. Right. In that case, let's thank the speaker.
Focus when you quickly kill. Sorry.
Right. Our final speaker for the session and today is going to be Prerna, who's telling us about monotone classes beyond VNP.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Yeah, so we are going back to the more traditional algebraic circuit model that Nikhil was talking about. So the algebraic circuits I'll be speaking about is a directed acyclic graph in which the leaves are labeled by either variables or field constants, and internal nodes are labeled by either plus or multiplication gates. And therefore, every gate naturally computes a polynomial. For example, this one is computing x1 plus x2. This one is computing alpha 2 times x2 plus alpha, and so on. And the polynomial being computed by the node which has out degree, I mean, 0 out degree, but by the root basically, is said to be the polynomial computed by the circuit. Okay. And since we are complexity theorists, we define, I mean, the class of polynomials that can be computed efficiently by this model, that is by polynomial sized circuits, polynomial in terms of the number of variables, is said to be VP, and VNP, which is the algebraic analog of the class NP, is, I'm not defining it, you can think of it as the class of explicit polynomials, or you can think of it as polynomials whose coefficients can be computed efficiently. Okay. And the central question in algebraic circuit complexity is whether these two classes are equal or not. So VP is a subset of VNP, but whether this inclusion is tight or not is the central question. And it turns out that if P was not equal to NP, then so would VP, then VP is also not equal to VNP. So VP equal, whether, I mean, showing that VP not equal to VNP is a simpler question to solve in some sense, if we assume the generalized Riemann hypothesis. Okay. So, but in the Boolean world, there are classes which are beyond NP, right, which is studied. What about in the algebraic world? Okay, so what about classes beyond VNP? And I mean, it's a natural question to ask, and indeed there is a class called VP space which has been defined. So Koiran and Perifel defined this class called VP space to be the language, I mean, to be the set of polynomials whose coefficients can be computed in VP in P space. Okay. And note here that here the degree of the polynomial can actually be very large, as opposed to VP VNP, where we assume that the degree is bounded by polynomial in N. Anyway, but in this talk we want to compare the class VP space with VNP. Therefore, we'll be only talking about polynomials whose degree is bounded, similar to VNP and VP. And indeed, similar to the VP versus VNP question, Koiran Perifel showed that showing lower bounds against polynomials, for polynomials which are in VP space is also interesting, because if we can show that VP is not equal to VP space bounded version, then either VP is not equal to VNP, or you get a Boolean result, which is P is not equal to P space. Okay. So indeed, I mean, VP space is also an interesting class, but it's an algebraic class, right? So a natural question is, shouldn't there be a more algebraic definition for it? And indeed, one can define it if you additionally have these projection gates. Okay, so what are projection gates, or what are algebraic circuits with projection gates? They are algebraic circuits which have the usual set of variables, and they also have an auxiliary set of variables which can be projected. And projection gates are a unary gate which is labeled by one of these auxiliary variables and a value. And the projection gate will basically be fixing the value that you've given to the auxiliary variable that you've given, and it outputs that. Okay. And so if we define the class of polynomials which can be efficiently computable by such circuits as VProj, then Poisa in his paper showed that VProj is actually equal to VP space. And then we have another question, but in the Boolean world, P space is the same as TQBF or totally quantified Boolean functions. So what about in the algebraic setting? And again, so we can show that they are equivalent. We have an equivalent definition here by now giving algebraic analogs for the for all and there exist gates, right? So we can define a sum gate, which is again labeled by and one of these auxiliary variables. And what it will output is f of x with the auxiliary variable set to 0 plus the auxiliary variable set to 1. And similarly, you have prod gates, which is equivalent to the for all quantifier, which will do the product of these two settings. Okay. And now we can define the following polynomials which can be written in the following way, where you have a usual VP circuit inside with the true variables and a set of auxiliary variables, and you have these quantifier gates in front. Okay. So even though I didn't define it, VNP is basically when M is equal to 1 and Q is sum. Actually, not okay. But yeah, it can, VNP is a special case of this. Okay. And so now again, suppose you define the class of polynomials which can be computed efficiently using such circuits as totally quantified algebraic circuits, then Mallow showed that this class is again equivalent to VP space. Okay, so till what have I said till now? Basically, there are various definitions of VP space, all of which happen to be equivalent. Okay, and there is what? Okay, so there is no restriction on the degree, but because we want to compare it with VNP, we want to focus on the bounded degree version of VP space. And this is interesting because it means similar to the VP VNP question, it also has Boolean implications. Okay, so we want to study classes beyond VNP. And not only that, I already spoke about connections with the Boolean world, but also it has connections to algebraic pseudo-randomness, which I'm not going to talk about. We can talk about it later. Okay, so we want to prove lower bounds for polynomials in VP space and or lower bounds against such things. We want to show, for instance, whether we want to see if VNP and VP space are different or VP and VP space are different. We don't know this in the general setting, but as is usual in the community, we ask, can we prove lower bounds in the monotone setting? Okay. So what is the monotone setting? Monotone setting is when the field constants that you allow in your circuit is only non-negative. So now what is monotone VP? What is monotone VP space, right? So it turns out that this had not been defined previously. And one of the things that we try to do in our paper is actually come up with a we try to come up with a definition for monotone VP space. So what do? You look back at the definitions of VP space and try to see what are the natural monotone analogs. So this is how this is how a circuit with projection gates would look like, right? So you would have multiplication, addition, and additionally you would have these projection gates. And what you can say is that now if you only allow non-negative field constants, then you get a monotone circuit with projection gates. Similarly, if you start off with a quantified algebraic circuit and again put in the restriction that you only allow non-negative constants, then you get a monotone totally quantified algebraic circuit. And in fact, you can also define something in between, right? So instead of only allowing these summation and production gates to be on top, if you allow it inside the circuit as well, then this is another model. Now in the non-monotone setting, we knew that the first and the last were equivalent. So the middle one is also equivalent. But in the monotone setting, we don't know, right? So we have these three possible definitions, okay? And we study these three models basically. And I'll just give you a summary of what we could show about this. So in the monotone setting, actually, we Amir Yadav already gave a separation between monotone VP and monotone VNP, which was improved by Srikanth. And now we have these three new classes, possible classes, right? Which is the quantified algebraic circuits. This is the algebraic circuits with summation production gates, but possibly in the middle of the circuit. And then you have these projection where you allow projection gates. Okay. So so what is the connection between VNP and this MVP quant? We show that these two classes will collapse if and only if all homogeneous, so basically if MVP quant is closed under taking homogeneous components, okay? So in particular, what we can show is that all the homogeneous components of MVP quant lies within MVNP itself. So if we know that this is closed under homogeneous component, taking homogeneous components, so if this is also closed, then it's the same. Between quantified and the summation productions lying in the middle, what we can show is that they are equivalent if MVP quant is closed under taking compositions, okay? And what about this MVP proj? What we can show is that there is actually a separation between MVP quant and MVP proj. So MVP proj is really quite a powerful class, okay? Why do I say that? Because we can show that the permanent family is actually inside this model. Yeah. And additionally, this class is also closed under taking compositions and closed under taking homogeneous components, okay? And because of all these nice properties, we would like to define this class as monotone VP space, okay? So this is how we define monotone VP space. And with this definition, we can therefore show that MVP space is actually more powerful than MVNP. And yeah, of course, for MVP space, keeping keeping it analogous to the VP space definition, there is no bound on the degree. And then you have MVP space bounded, which is the bounded version of this. Okay, so the only proof that I will show in this talk is this upper bound for the permanent, okay? The lower bound against MVP quant was actually is a simple modification of an observation in Amir Yadav's paper itself. So for the upper bound for the permanent, what is the permanent polynomial? It is the permanent, it's a permanent of the formal n cross n matrix, where the ijth entry is labeled by xij, okay? Or rather, you can think of it like, so every monomial in this polynomial consists of xij, where consists of the monomials consist of what am I saying? So it contains only those monomials where the each row and each column is touched exactly once, okay? So how we are going to compute this is by starting off with this P0 polynomial, which, as you can see, has the property that every row is touched exactly once, because so when you compute this polynomial, you will be picking up something from the first bracket, the second bracket, and so on. So the first bracket is like only those which touch the first row, and so on. So this already has, P0 already has the property that every row is touched exactly once. And the way we are going to compute the permanent is recursively prune down to monomials which touch columns also exactly. Okay, so from P0, we will be computing P1 using these projection gates in such a way that the first column is touched exactly once. So what we are going to do is project y 1, 1 to 1 and y1 i's to 0 for all I which is not equal to 1. So that you only get x11 and the other things remain the same. And after that, we are going to project y 2, 1 to 1 and y2 i's to 0 for all i's not equal to 2, so that we can only keep x2, 1 alive and everything else the same, and so on till we only keep xn1 alive and the others stay the same. Okay, so this P1 now has the property that the first column is touched exactly once. And we continue doing this recursively till we get, in the last step, we have already fixed the other columns to like some permutation, and we only have the, we need to choose which one, which row touches the nth column basically. And we do that by again projecting it, and you can check that this is indeed the permanent polynomial. Okay, so this is the upper bound for the permanent, and as I said, the lower bound follows quite easily from an observation by Auda. Okay, so now I come to open question, because this paper, I mean, they're not really, the proofs are not really hard. It is more of a, I mean, we want to start, you know, this quest to, you know, understand classes beyond VNP basically, okay, in the algebraic setting. Okay, so for open questions, so I said that MVP quant will be equal to VNP if all the homogeneous, it's closed under taking homogeneous components. But actually, all the polynomials in this class have a nice representation. Okay, it looks like the following, where this GF part is actually a monotone BP circuit itself. Okay, but it has this additional part which might have large size and degree. Okay, so if it is the case that for any such, you know, any such f, there is a polynomial of small degree and small size which match with AF for every point in the Boolean hypercube, then this actually then it is a VNP expression. Okay, and on the other hand, if we can show that there is no such, I mean, for some AF, there is no such B, then we actually get a lower bound of some sort, which is quite interesting to us. And the second question is, so there is PH, which is defined between NP and P space, right, in the Boolean setting. So what would be a nice analog, what is a nice algebraic analog for PH? There are two natural definitions. One is that coefficients can be computed by PH, coefficients can be computed in PH, and the other natural definition would be like you have these quantified things in front for like summation productions in front, but you only have constantly many alternations, similar to PH, how it's defined. But so like which one of these is the more correct definition? For example, like we know that in the Boolean world, if P is equal to NP, that PH collapses. Can we show something similar in the Boolean in the algebraic setting? Okay, and the last this slide, I mean, it's not related much to what we have said till now, but this is actually how this project started. So I want to just have one slide about it. I will not say too much, but so there's this tau conjecture for Newton polytopes, which is there in the algebraic setting. And it's open, so it says, I mean, if the tau conjecture is true, then VP is actually equal to VNP. So I mean, we believe that if the tau conjecture is DVP is different from VNP, yeah, but this is too strong a conjecture, so we don't believe that tau conjecture is true. But and Rubesh and Yaudap in their paper gave a gave a way in trying to disprove the tau conjecture by defining something called the transparent polynomials. And and they showed that there are no transparent polynomials which super polynomial support in MVP, and we extend that result to the class MVP sum prod, which we define. But yeah, I mean, I really don't want to spend too much time on this because it need a lot of notions which I don't want to define. Okay, but one natural question would be, can we extend this work to MVP proj? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi. So in one of your slides, you mentioned that P not equal to NP implies VP not equal to VNP. So is it true in the other direction as well?
No.
No? Okay. Is there any reason why?
I mean, any reason? I mean, it's not known, I think is the correct. Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another question.
Sorry?
Another question, like, could you walk me through why we've considered another class for the algebraic setting? So why is it VP? Why are we not dealing with just P classes? Why is it VP?
As in, like why we are looking at the algebra?
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, as I mentioned that one is, yeah, I mean, it seems like because in the algebraic setting, we can use a lot of, the math and the algebra, which is already present. It might be simpler to prove lower bounds, which in case, I mean, we actually do have much better lower bounds in the algebraic setting than the Boolean setting. And I mean, the hope is that being able to prove VP not equal to VNP might give some intuition about what might be possible to do in the Boolean setting. And yeah, I mean, and here, I mean, there is a lot more tools that can be used to, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions?
See, if you had partial derivatives, then I mean, I think the same proof, or maybe slightly simpler version of what you did, gives a permanent circuit where you're allowed to do partial derivatives also with respect to the dummy variables.
In which class?
With more terms. So basically, the algorithm will just be that you compute summation aij xj, the product, and then partial differentiate with all the variables, and then set everything to one. So does that class make sense, or like adding, like just like sum and product, adding that as an operator?
Oh, I mean, one can, I guess. Oh, as in one can define that class, but okay, as in you are saying like whether that is equivalent to this or something, or?
Probably not. I mean, I would think it's at some point I thought I had convinced myself it's the same, but it's not. I don't think it is. That doesn't work. But so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it is equivalent here. I mean, the inspiration came from this coefficients being in P space, and they wanted, which is why this was defined.
Okay.
I'm not sure if, yeah, which is, and we just took the monotone version of that class. yeah, putting in partial derivatives, yeah, I don't know if it is, it has to be
Okay.
checked. I don't know.
Any more questions? We have a few more minutes.
I guess this is a clarification. When you mentioned the result that P not equal to NP implies VP not equal to VNP, you said it under some assumption.
Under GRH, under generalized Riemann hypothesis.
Can you tell us about it? Like this sounds
Oh.
very scary assumption to me.
Oh, it's not. I mean, it's so it's a conjecture about like how like the density of primes and stuff. We just need so over finite fields and integers. Do we need GRH? Yeah, we need GRH for integers. Yeah, okay. But it's, I mean, it's believed by most people, so it's not. But I mean, yeah, it's believed by. It's not a scary assumption, I think. Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I have a kind of high level question, which is, so in the Boolean world, there's been a little bit of work on monotone complexity there. That's probably inspired some of the stuff, but there's this line of work from the 90s that said that when you're like above NB, the kind of syntactic notion of monotonicity is kind of trivializes because it coincides with the semantic property of monotonicity. But interestingly, this doesn't seem to be happening in the algebraic world. Is there some similar sort of observation that at some point these kind of syntactic restrictions are not so interesting because they coincide with the semantic restriction?
I see. Good question. I don't know. I don't think it has been.
It's unrelated to what you said, so
Yeah,
just
yeah.
curious. Yeah,
I don't think it has been studied, but I mean, it's a good question. Yeah, we should.
I would be interested to know.
Yeah. Okay.
Any more questions? Perhaps I can ask a question. So you mentioned these classes MVP, quant, and SumProd. Do they also have Boolean analogs? I don't know if you mentioned it.
Boolean analogs. I mean, the projection does. I mean, I don't see any. I mean, the quantified thing is just and I mean, sorry, for all and thing, but that appears only at the top. In the middle, having it, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so if you have a monotone formula, so that's what I think. So basically, if you have a monotone quantified formula, and then you add quantifications, then you can basically set all of the quantified things to 1.
Yeah.
So it doesn't add any power.
In the monotone thing, yeah, it doesn't. But
Here, because you don't have this idempotency, it does not. I mean, it's not like you're computing true or false. You're computing x, and so even if you do x times x, it's not like you can just say x. So you can't just set everything to 1 or something. So, but I think if you just do monotone circuits and put quantifiers on top or something, it will just, you can set everything to 1, it computes the same Boolean function.
No, yeah. So
maybe that's
yeah, but in the non-monotone, I don't know if it makes sense.
I mean, then it is the same as the p-space things, right? It is just quantified Boolean formulas and these projections. I think it will just be same as the non-monotone setting where all of them are just equivalent. They're just talking about p-space.
But what is projection? I mean, same thing. You just
you just set some variables to 0, 1, which will be same as if you can compute something and then in constant time you can evaluate it at a point or something, which is similar to going from polynomial time to polynomial space. Yeah.
Thanks. Any final questions, maybe?
The coefficients are no longer like non-zero, but you have a range from where the coefficients are coming. So is this interesting?
And is this interesting in the sense is the
I mean the classification and
yeah, again, we haven't thought about it, so I don't know, but
Right. In that case, let's thank the speaker and all speakers of the session.